Yo, 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 what's going on, guys? We are live. Make sure everything's good to go here. But I'm actually really happy because I was going to go do a 2-hour drive to this place called the Chicken Depot to go get like a bunch of meat for the next month, but my buddy's actually going to do something with his girlfriend, so he's going to go to the Chicken Depot for me. And that's actually just such a huge clutch because that is like a 2.5-hour drive away from my house, which means there's more time to vibe. Alright, there we go. We are good to go. There's an arena open this weekend, but to be honest, I'm probably not going to mess with it. I just don't think this format's really that good for that. I think that it's just kind of gambling at that point, and I don't want to spend the amount of time that's going to be required to, like, qualify for the second day. So we have a pretty nice green-black deck. It's just, like, 19 creatures, but we have a green shell, so we can do some Mario Kart things. A lot of squirrels. A lot of things to do. Yo, what's good, Cyclone? I was thinking about recording a State of the Meta video today. Honestly, this draft is a little bit boring. I really want to do some more things with white. I've been having a lot of enjoyment with white because I feel like there's a lot of variation between like the white-black decks. Like sometimes you end up with like a bats deck, sometimes you just end up with like a pure value deck. And then blue-black, I've really wanted to make work. I feel like it just has never come together for me. Because it's like, either you end up with really good payoffs for milling and no way to mill, or you end up with good ways to mill and no payoffs. Like, getting both of those components is so difficult to consistently say that you can acquire those, and neither is really a signal for you to be doing that thing, because oftentimes one of those two components is sought after by other players at the table who aren't even going for your specific deck. So then you just end up with like a botched pool of cards that you didn't want to end up with. Okay, so I mean, we have a Forager and we have a Fountain Port Bell, so this is probably just fine. Fountain Port Bell. I've been trying to make my my Rats deck work, and I'm not gonna lie, it has not been going very well. It's like people are just doing too many broken things. And there's a lot of people who are forcing strategies that honestly aren't really that good, but for some reason, like, coincidentally fuck over the Rats deck. Because, like, the issue is, it's like I'm playing this guy that lets me add 5 cards from the top of my deck. It's really cool. But then, they just remove that for 1 mana, and then I can't, like, efficiently play out, like, 3 of my 5 guys I just added in 1 turn. It's like over several turns, when everyone's just doing this combo shit, where they just pull this broken combo out of their ass, like an executive on the Death and Return of Superman, when they pulled the Grey Hulk out of their ass, and it's like, oh, I just can't play the game. I just got a +3 in card advantage. Thought that was good. And then there's just the times where I use the Rat King and just reveal no rats, and it's like, fuck, okay. Oh, I just forgot this. This can only add green mana? That's so stupid. Okay, wait, so I have 4 mana technically. If I do this, I will have 3 mana, right? Isn't that how that works? Yeah. So if I do this, I would be able to technically go Moonrise Cleric this turn. Yeah, this is kind of a mood, for real though. So we get that guy, and then we can do this. This honestly doesn't seem that great, and because it isn't, I had to like do some shenanigans to be able to go even on mana. But that's okay. I got to cycle for free. Cycling is fun. Cycling is fun and fair. Unfortunately, my opponent's common mana dork is kind of like overvaluing my rare one, though. I don't like that. Okay, he's got a rare of his own. Rare check. Okay, he's playing the good green deck. This isn't fair. Well, I might as well just do this. Okay. I mean, that's like a real action to be made. You know, the best way to counter your opponent playing a bomb rare is to respond with a bomb rare of your own. You know, that's what I was always taught as a kid. If someone is doing something that requires money and is better than you, you just need to spend more money. You know, that's coming from a professional. If anyone is better at you, or you feel like you're losing against someone at anything in life, just acquire more money than them, and then just fuck them over. That is the golden rule. Okay, that was kind of bonkers. I don't know if any amount of money will allow us to overcome that. This card is basically a rare. And this guy can just start exiling. Dude, this card's so toxic. Wow, I forgot about that. This card usually doesn't really have that high of an impact on the game. But it's specifically because I'm trying to do things in the graveyard. It's like, oh, so he just gets a 2 mana 7/7 trample. And he just gets to fuck with my entire game plan. Well, that's really fun and interactive. I love that, man. And of course, I just can't draw a land. It's okay. There is an option just to bounce our paw patch so that we can make another token. I mean, that is a thing. I feel like that's not really worth it. It's like I'm losing tempo, and then next turn I'm just saying, okay, I'm not going to be using any of the cards in my hand, so I'm going to lose even more tempo. Well, I guess I could just bounce this. That is a thing I can do. So if I do this, then I can tap out and play the Orator. Unfortunately, this guy's just going to keep fucking exiling shit from my grave, so I don't use the effect. But maybe we'll scare him into submission. You got to scare your opponent into submission sometimes. It's just like jiu-jitsu. You know, like, you're just a higher belt than someone, and they get you into, like, a choke. And you're like, oh, yeah, good shit. You want to do this here. You want to do that. And it's like, oh, wait, I thought I, like, got you in that position. It's like, no, I'm teaching you. Yeah, this is how you do it. You're doing a good job, you know? Just to validate your confidence. That's what we have to do with this guy. Let him know that we're the big brother. Honestly, the thing that's really, like, distinguishing our honor and valor between us and this person is that they paid for the battle pass and are using cosmetics to show proof of that, which tells me that they have low willpower and enjoy getting scammed because the battle pass is a scam. So we do have that. We have the upper hand, you know. It's like the Canadian freemium. It's like whenever on South Park they make the Canadian freemium gang. It's like you put in this money and it's gone. Okay, wow, this guy's another rare. Imagine how different this game would be if we actually drew a second black source before our opponent played down their 4th rare. Like, literally. I'm actually so happy with the new Rumble update. For people that don't know this, so for the longest time on Rumble, if you want to stream on there, you have to make a new stream key every single time and copy the URL and the stream key over to your like recording software. And they just made it to where you can have a static stream key, which is kind of ridiculous when you think about like how long the service has been available and like how long static stream keys have been available. Like, I remember streaming on Twitch in like 2015, maybe it was 2016, but they had static stream keys then. So it's like static stream keys have been in existence for a minimum 9 years. At least. And Rumble just added a feature to do that. And it's still in beta, so I don't know if it's actually going to consistently work, but I would hope so. But that's just astonishing to me. I would just assume that having the ability to have a static stream key would be one of the first things you would figure out when creating a streaming platform. At least in my opinion. Because that's just like such a huge quality of life. Like there's been so many times where I pressed the stream button and it didn't save my configurations on Rumble for the stream key. And then suddenly 30 minutes in, it's like, oh, yeah, you just aren't live. And it's like, oh, fuck. I wish I could have known that in real time. Thank you so much. Okay, this guy's hitting for 7. I mean, he has so much mana open. I feel like I'm just kind of cooked. He probably just has a rabbit response and he's just going to blow my back out. Going against a person who's playing green and not having any hard removal, it just feels like you're shit out of luck. Bro, it was over a 50% chance that we were going to get a land. Are you fucking kidding me?
I am not gay. I have relationships with women and sex with men.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
It means something. That was an indicator for sure. So my advisors are telling me that we just need to draw more rares before our opponent in this next game. That's probably the pro thing to do here. I know a lot of people wouldn't think about that, but you know, I'm a very good deck builder. And I always make sure to put recognition on the most powerful card in the game before all others, which is known as the credit card. To be exact, the Discover Platinum. The Discover Platinum is the source to all answers. That's all I'll say. Alright, well. It doesn't look like I'm allowed to have fun. They're nerfing me. They had to put a nerf on me. This is a little unfair. Why is this hand even more sad? Also, I want to point out, this is our 5th game with this deck, and we have yet to see Fecund Green Shell even in a mulligan. Three tree, okay. Wow, that would be really good if we had like an action to make. I have to say, this is probably one of the scariest things to see on your opponent's field. But in a situation where they can't follow it up with anything, it just feels so bait. And that's how I feel. Like, this card would be insane if we had a strong card to follow it up with. Because then that card just has pseudo protection, like 10x. But that is not the case, neither here nor there. It's interesting, though, this guy's playing 3-tree Root Weaver in a deck where I would argue you don't really want to have that many 4-drops. Like, 4-drops aren't really good within the rabbit space. And also, it's like, this card doesn't really contribute to advancing your game state that much because it doesn't pressure the opponent. Scrap Shooter, okay. So what you're telling me is this guy's overcompensating by having more rares than me. It's kind of fucked, man. Oh my gosh. He has back-to-back rare raccoons. We need to call the judge. So, I guess I can pop this bell. This at least puts a card in the graveyard. Okay, I drew a land, so next turn we can go Junk Blade. I don't really want to use that. You know, I think this just seems like a fuck situation, but I probably will just use the ability of Mind Drill. Hopefully he, like, spends mana to kill my Mind Drill and then won't have mana to use his Keen-Eyed Curator. Okay. Is he gonna lock down my lad? Ripping the land off the top because I'm a Chad? No. So he has no mana to use Keen-Eyed Curators. This would actually be really based. That's 6 damage. How do I feel about that? I mean, I guess I can add back my recruit. But that means I have to kill his Keen-Eyed Curator and not his Driftgloom Coyote, which just seems overall worse. I probably have to do that anyway, though, right? Oh, never mind. We're just fucked. My bad, guys. I didn't know I was going to get fucked this hard. I thought this was going to be a slow and consensual battle. Now I know this guy doesn't ask for consent. He just drifted his Gloom all over our Coyote. The good news is our Fecund does have a very strong and tight shell. So it's going to be difficult for him to get in there with his Gloom. Okay. I'm pretty sure he can steal my Heaped Harvest and food is a type. Right? Like, I think it was just a straight misplay to steal our Fountain Port Bell because I'm pretty sure Heaped Harvest counts as 2 types. And his guy would be 7/7. Oh, that's obnoxious. Okay, I drew a real card. So I can't kill his Coyote, so I always just kill that guy. Sweet. Maybe he kills our Wix Patrol and I just Curious Forager and just beat him over the head with it. That's probably how we could potentially win this game. Oh, he has a Bushy Bodyguard? That's fucked. But he has no way to utilize it. You love to see it. I think this is one of my favorite cards in the format. It's just like, now that people understand, like, what's good, I don't really get offered it. Okay. It's kind of weird, but sure. Weird flex, but okay. Maybe I win by doing a green shell OTK. Okay. Yeah, maybe I actually get to 10 lands with green shell, and we win via the buff. That's what's really cool about this cards. Oh my gosh, there's an update to Streamlabs to where now I can send messages to all platforms automatically through Streamlabs. That's so lit. That was such like a tedious problem in the past. Wow, I actually really like that. I appreciate that. Alright, please hit. No, it's not what I asked for, but okay. I'm expending. Adding back the Wix Patrol. I'm based as fuck, for real, for real. Everyone, get in there. Alright. Just go ahead and raid our opponent's stream and tell them that they're not allowed to make a action that kills my Fecund green shell for the next 4 turns. Without your support, I won't be able to do it. Okay. So this guy obviously has a rabbit response, which means I might be dead. This is 3 plus 4, that's 7, plus 6 equals 13. Okay, so first things first, we block this. Now, what if I do this? This is 6, 12. 6, 12, plus 4 equals 16. Don't worry, guys. I have 2 bachelor's degrees. Math is for people who have bachelor's degrees, trust. Three, 6, plus 4, that's 10. 3, 6, 10, 13. Alright, this shouldn't be game. I literally knew it. I literally knew it, boys. Literally called it. Man, if our Junkblade Bruiser would have been in the grave, this would be so huge. Okay, we need to hit a 4. No, no. Wait. Fuck. That really sucks. If we would have killed his Drifloon Coyote, this would be such a based situation. Was there any way I could increase my damage output? No, there wasn't. Okay. So I blocked this and blocked that. That's 3. I'm gaining. Okay. Yeah, so I always do that. And then on his turn, I just go up to 6. So if he doesn't draw like another insane piece of action here, we win. I believe, boys. Big Gamba's in the chat. Big Gamba. We will get to 10 lands. This is the green shell dream. Many people always dream of the day that they're able to remove the immunity of a player with a Bullet Bill and slap them in the face with a basic green shell and steal first place in the Mario Kart race. And that's what I intend to do. A lot of people have this misconception that the blue shell is actually the most powerful, when in reality it's the green shell. Oh wait, that's actually fucked. Does that make him just automatically win? Okay. There's no way I could lethal here, right? So I have to have up 4 blockers. Drawn to a corpse berry. Okay, that's kind of based. Man, I needed to land so bad. Okay. He needs to draw no action here. If he has a way to remove 1 game piece, we die. If he doesn't, we don't die. And then we just win. And you know me. All I do is win, 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 win. Bro, did this guy really draw it? He didn't have it. Let's go.
Gotcha, bitch.
Green shell. Bro, I'm on my Native American type shit, you know? Green shell is for the people. Green shell really out here be doing it for the people. I think green shell is probably my second favorite rare in the set. In terms of fun level, I think my favorite rare is Hugs, just because I just think the design is really cool. In terms of power level, I think it's Innkeeper's Talent, because if you have an Innkeeper's Talent and the other person doesn't have an immediate answer, there's basically no way to come back from that game. And then green shell, I mean, the fact that he has reach is just fucking stupid. Let's be real. Probably one of the most pushed cards ever released. But he's also fun. He's fun because he's not a Winged Wisdom, except you don't have to do any work or have any deck building constraints. It's like if you're playing a control deck, a lot of your good creatures should just have a high health total, which means they should just trigger your green shell, right? Oh, we actually start with Ruthless Negotiation. I think we're going to keep this. I want to see how good this card is. Because, like, we haven't really ever gotten to showcase this off. So I'll be interested to see. What's really been hurting us is that our opponent keeps drawing that one card that allows him to exile stuff from our grave. And if he doesn't have that, I feel like our chances of winning are drastically higher. No 2-drop. Okay, that's insane. Not having a 2-drop in this format just puts you at such a disadvantage. Like, it feels the same way that Lost Caverns of Ixalan did, where the game starts on turn 1, and if you don't have a 2-drop, like, you might be fucked. Oh shit, he doesn't have a 3rd land. That's so based. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, baby. Maybe he has a Sonar Strike? No Sonar Strike. Okay. He's just stuck on 2 lands. But he kept a risky 2-lander, for real, for real. And next turn, I'll be able to go for a Junkblade Bruiser, which is just absurd, against a person who missed a land drop. It's almost like we went first, but we got to draw an extra card. So, you know, we have that going for us. I was thinking about recording a State of the Meta video today during the stream, where I basically just go over what I think the best things are to do and what cards you're looking for in each archetype. So anyone that would be interested in that, drop a 1 in the chat. If not, I'll probably just do it off stream. This is a cool pet. I like how I can just touch him inappropriately, and he starts swinging. It's like a real-life representation of what would happen back in the old days. They just start chopping away, you know? Oh shit, my Thopter brought a pie? That's based as fuck. I didn't even know it did that. Damn, I'm wasting so much food. Why is this just like a real-life representation of an everyday American's life? Yes, he didn't draw 4th lands. And I've drawn all the lands. The Land Baron strikes again. Ha 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 ha. Wait, do I just exile another card from his hand? That'd be funny. Wait, I could just search for a squirrel. That is pretty cool. The fact that I can search and you can't normally search in Magic is ridiculous. This is probably fine, right? It's crazy how much food your kid leaves on the table. I'm not surprised. I know my brother, he spends like massive amounts of food on his kids per month. And I understand why. When you equate the amount of, like, people think about, like, the prices of inflation on our food. The kids' food, because, like, you know, especially young kids, they have to eat very specific food. And, like, you know, I'm not sure about all the exact prices, but I know, like, some people physically cannot do, like, the breastfeeding. So then you might have to spend more money on the formula, which I assume is really expensive. And then you gotta, like, factor in, like, all the diapers and stuff. Yeah, that just sounds like hell. So it makes sense why the average American can't afford it. And that's why I made a video on it, because I thought it was very interesting. What squirrel could we add here? We could add another corpse berry. Adding another corpse berry sounds like it could be good. Maybe I should ruthless negotiation. Or I could just get this guy. I'm gonna add a corpse berry. Double corpse berry is kind of bonkers. You thought one corpse berry was good? Two corpse berries is bad. We use cloth diapers, you clean them and reuse them, save so much money, dude. We struggle with milk production, but donor milk community is in OKC is great. That's cool. I've never really heard about that. That's honestly crazy that it's just so like insane that we're living in this world where it's like I understand you in your circumstance, like compared to most people I know, they would consider like your position and anyone who's in the industry you're in as having like a fairly well-off job, at least for like the area that we live in, you know? And then similarly to my brother, like I'm not going to disclose how much he makes, but like, you know, he's been at the company for like over 5 years and he has a master's, and he also like, he's good, like going negative in a lot of aspects financially, and that's just like fucking crazy to me. It gives me like a mental like negative towards that lifestyle because I'm about to also move into a similar job like that, and it just feels like doomsday. And so I really it also works the other way too, because it's also like, damn, that really motivates me to eventually be just doing videos and streaming full time, because I know there's like eventually a way out of that trap hole. Whereas like just climbing the what would you call it? I guess like the corporate ladder. I just feel like there's no way out of that trap hole because I've just witnessed my brother like chasing after promotion and promotion. And honestly, in my opinion, it hasn't really benefited him in the way that I feel like it should, which is just kind of sad. I'm ringing the bell, baby. Don't talk to me. I'm ringing the bell, baby. We gotta put some respect on the bell ringers out here. Dude, if I had a heist right, I would just blow this guy's back out. You're guessing that it's only my brother's income supporting the family? Yeah, that is true. So you're also in that boat. That's honestly, you know what's so crazy? Is it's like, I feel like if you explain, like, if you explain what other people in, what the thought of what other people have in other countries is of America, you know, you think about like the nuclear family and stuff, and it's like, you know, a lot of people want to equate that not being relevant to certain social constructs, you know, with like a lot of like things like OnlyFans or porn, or just like people just being like on their phones so they're not meeting people. But then there's also like the portion of like, even if a lot of people did want to like assume the role of a nuclear family, that just goes to show how rare it is for someone to be able to financially support that even possibility, right? And I wonder if, like, the social, like, dynamics of our society would be, like, vastly different in that regard, that we wouldn't be as detached from the nuclear family if it wasn't the case that the average person, the average family could not survive on one sole person. Because you got to think, like, I mean, from what I understand, in, like, you know, the 70s and 80s, like, and from family members I've had, the man's salary in most circumstances, like, my grandpa, he was like a machine shop worker, and his salary, you know, paid for him and his wife, and he had 3 kids and was able to support them. It's not like he even has like a highest status job as you have, but then you can't even, you know, save a bunch of money when you have even less people to support. And so that's kind of just an interesting thing that I just thought about, because I've never really heard anyone bring that up. Fecund Green Shell, activate effect. Yes, sir. You know how we be, son. I'm foraging, baby. Every day I'm foraging. Yes, sir. It's kind of a weird circumstance when you think about it, because it's like, okay, if you are, I feel like a lot of people, even if they don't have kids, still, like, if only one person in the relationship is supporting the entire family, like, just like the man and the wife, that they still are able to save back a lot of money. So I feel like in a lot of circumstances, it's kind of like, well, and if that's the case, it's like, okay, my family cannot survive if I have this child unless we're both working. So if I'm going to have this kid, we need to be both working. But the issue is, if we're both working, we won't have any money to afford to have someone else take care of the kid. And we can't take care of the kid because we're working. So, like, what do you do? Just hope that abortion is legal in your state? I don't know. That's a very good question. Make a really sad TikTok and put up a GoFundMe and ask for $1 million. That's what I would do. That's probably like the pro strat nowadays. Because, like, what else are you going to do? Okay. Green Shell is literally 1 away. The Green Shell dream is here. Oh my gosh. If we actually win with the Green Shell dream, I would be so happy. That would be the funniest thing I've done in this format. Yeah. Never fear. Dr. Green Shell is here. It's just the life expenses, the insurance, the mortgage, and car payments. Yeah, facts. It's like, you could, and then it's like, I wonder how many of, like, you know, they say in order to move up in, like, a job, like, to get promoted, the average person needs to switch companies, like, every 3 or so years. And when you think about it, it's like, okay, well, a lot of people are basically not even going to be able to do that because it could change their health insurance and their benefits. And so even this job says that you take home more money because it actually has worse benefits than the previous job. You're actually losing money taking that promotion in some circumstances. And I find that very interesting. But what I find even more interesting is that Dr. Fecund C. Greenshell is now online, baby. Oh my gosh, that was so satisfying.
Gotcha, bitch.
That was so fucking satisfying. Alright, let's do this, because it's cool. Yeah. Oh, wait, that counts as expending? That's broken. I didn't know you could do that. Holy shit, that's broken. If he does not have an answer to Dr. C. Fecund Greenshell, this guy's gonna be fucked. Alright, just quit out, bro. Come on. Oh, it's a playable card? That's busted. I could actually just search for a squirrel. Wait, no, I have no squirrels in deck. That's stupid. So this is the scary thing. If I do attack with everyone and he has an answer to my green shell, I could be cooked. I mean, maybe I just have to go for it. If he had an answer previously, why would he not? Like, that would be too big brain. This guy's not that big brain, bro. Come on. I don't think I believe that this guy is that intelligent. There's no way he has an answer to Mr. Green Shell. Oh, fuck.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Now his guy is indestructible. That's bullshit. So I actually uploaded a video on my other channel and as well on Rumble recently that was kind of a similar topic. Basically, there was this guy on MSNBC, and he made this book about how young people are basically screwed by the system, and how the system is like, basically, it's fucking over young people, and the rich just keep getting richer, because the way the tax system works, it's like, the people who are already rich, they turn their income into stocks and assets, which then means that they aren't subject to like a certain level of taxation as people who even bring in less money. And the people who are hurt the most are the people who are living off of income that's coming in right now and not off investments. And he was basically just going off about like young people, saying that like young people like aren't having sex, and like young people are now choosing, young guys are now choosing to get an easy opportunity. They want to like stay home and like jack off and talk to people on Discord and Reddit instead of going outside and taking a risk to like get bitches. And I basically was just like talking about how like, well, that guy is the part of the problem, because he thinks that you can go out, because 30 years ago you could go to a bar and if you were just funny, you could take home a chick. But now it's like, okay, back then there were a lot more incentives for a woman to have a child at a young age, because the average man's salary could support that full family. But now there are basically very few incentives for a woman to have a child young, because what happens is they know they won't be able to afford it. So most women, as soon as they graduate from high school, they just go into focusing immediately on working or developing a career so that they can eventually do that later. And that causes a lot of problems, because at a certain point, you know, then you're basically making it to where young women are basically out of the reach of young guys, because those girls aren't going out to like public domains to potentially meet guys. They're only choosing to receive attention via social media. And the people that are like hitting them up are like the top 1% social economic status. So then they get in this mindset that like, okay, well, if Drake is DMing me and he's interested in me, he obviously wants to take me serious, which is exactly the opposite. And so then they think, okay, well, why would I go for this person who's my age that is like a hardworking individual when I know that I'm worth this high level of socioeconomical status, even though those celebrities are just DMing them or trying to fly them out because they only want to hook up. And then at a certain point, it becomes like, okay, well, if you're a person my age and you work your ass off, like, you're not going to be in that top 1% social economic status until like realistically 30. You could do it before, but the average person who's a hardworking individual is not going to be there at that time, because immediately after school, they're focused on making their career. So it kind of just like makes it impossible for you to get in a relationship with someone your own age. And then at a certain point, like some jobs like allow girls to make more money than the top 10% of men. Like if a girl especially starts like an OnlyFans right out of high school, it's going to be very difficult out, like not even including the aspect of other guys like not wanting to take her serious because she's a sex worker, but specifically because like taking that out of the equation, if you're making way more money than a guy and you have such a higher level of social clout than him, there's going to be like a thought in that guy's mind that it's like, okay, well, you're the more like popular person, more famous person. You're also bringing in all the money. You also provide, you know, certain innate resources to the relationship, such as having the kids, such as like taking care of things, bringing the love and nurture. It's like, what am I providing? And so then guys just aren't gonna want to get with you. And then by the time the girls are like over 30, then the guys just aren't gonna want to get with them. It's kind of a fucked system, and I don't really think that we can ever go back. Because I think most women would prefer not to. I think women have evolved to the point where, like, there's obviously going to be still, like, a small percentage of women that are more traditional. But for the most part, you know, throughout history, women were more incentivized to enter a relationship early because of the exchange of resources and the less opportunities they have. And as women continue to gain more and more opportunities, and even some positions where they get more opportunities than men, getting into a relationship becomes lower on their priority list. And that's why some countries, like, for example, Japan, are literally like offering to pay people to come there and have children because they have such a declining birth rate. And I think that's going to become more and more of a problem in first world countries, especially Western countries, as we go forward because of the increased amount of opportunities. I just hit up my, on other news, I just hit up my friend. There was a guy that I knew who, he was in my frat whenever I was in college. And he was doing like an internship with like Governor Stitt. And I asked him to connect me with some like politicians that would be interested in having some videos made. So that would be really cool. I told him I would be willing to do it for free. Just because I've just been getting like really like interested in politics, because I feel like this has been the most like exciting time to get into it with just like, you know, so much on the line. I think it's more important than ever. And I think that'd be really cool. Like, honestly, if I was able to work for like a senator or a governor, that would be like a dream level for me. Especially because that's like a good segue into politics without really having to risk any face. If there was an opportunity for me to like run for a political position on the local level, that would be so goated. I would love to like run for like a district spot, like on the city council, like on the local level. I think getting involved with like the federal government is really like not worth it, because I feel like you just have such low agency to control certain aspects of things you would want to improve because of like how much a factor is on like donors just controlling your input, no matter like what side you're on. But I feel like at the local level, there's a lot of stuff that you can control as long as you're in the right position. Well, that's pretty good. Especially in the state of Oklahoma. Because, like, Oklahoma, I think is probably a top 10 state where a lot of the big, like, laws and constraints are made on a state level. And I think there's a lot of things that you could control if you were in that position. And honestly, I think the worst thing about Oklahoma, and something that like I am very passionate about changing, is that number one, the city of Tulsa has a sales tax that is only equivalent to the city of Los Angeles. which is just makes no fucking sense. And the even bigger issue is that they have something called a inventory tax. That's literally not a thing inside of like 90% of the US, but it is within Tulsa County. And it basically just like really de-incentivizes people to open up a small business. Let me give you an example of what the inventory tax does. So if you're like my MMA coach, he has like bags and like a boxing ring. So an auditor comes in and says like, okay, you owe us this much for this bag, for this ring, and you know, we're gonna evaluate it as being 2 years old. And he's like, well, but like, how do you know that? I didn't even pay for this ring. This ring was handed down to me by literally my grandmaster before he died. I didn't even pay for it. And they're like, doesn't matter, we just guess. So you're literally being taxed on inventory. But to me, the definition of inventory is a product that is being stored within your control that will then be sold to a customer. But for some reason in the state of Oklahoma, in Tulsa County, your inventory is just anything that is used in your business, and you're taxed on it on a yearly basis, which is just so fucked. And that's why you're seeing a lot of small businesses in my local area just go out. And I think there needs to be a lot done to fix that. Because if it's not going on in 90% of the country, why is it going on here? Honestly, I think the coolest thing about Trump having been won the 2016 election, it just kind of sets a forefront going forward that now people can get into politics regardless of what side they're on without being a career level politician. And that honestly is just like changed the game. And I would be very happy to embrace people in the future running for high level official offices who are more so a successful business person than they were a career politician. Don't mind me, sir. I'm just going to steal some doubloons from you. Doubloons have been stolen. Let's go. The doubloons have now been pocketed. Get the fuck out of my face. I don't know if anybody has heard about this, but in the UK Parliament, there was actually a person that was elected, and his only experience was that he had a YouTube channel with like 12 million followers, and he was basically doing like Mr. Beast-X challenges, which is fucking crazy. With how much government control they have over there, that a person who is a YouTuber got elected to a seat on Parliament. Like, that's the highest level of position you can have in the UK, in the European Union. If this guy got rid of a early winter, he probably has a second early winter. Either that or he has a more efficient piece of removal. Oh shit. He actually had a Dawn's Truce? Dude, I got an emo for that. That's respect. I'm gonna give him a nice, and just know if you're watching this, I actually respect you for running the Dawn's Truce. It wasn't there to be him. I'm just glad that you showcased that card, because that's a card that I don't have the balls to play because it's, like, fundamentally ass. Monique44, thank you for the follow. You know what I just realized? Him making us ditch a card there was actually more beneficial to us than it was him. Because now I can afford to forage, and I previously could not afford to do that. Sack of food. Sacrifice all your food. Hit face, hit face. That is all we do. I probably just wait till next turn to attack with that, right? Because then it just trades for 2 game pieces. Yeah, I think that guy has a Scales of Shale. Ooh, that's dirty. That's dirty as fuck, for real, for real. Rack one up for the dirt boys, baby. You know how we be. Pirate King beats by Ash, strikes again. Give us a good mill. A good little dirty mill. Okay. Beep. I'm sorry, sir. Scales of Shale will not protect you, bud. That was based. So what's going to happen here is I'm going to attack. He's going to block Corpse Berry. And then he's going to Scales of Shale. He's going to gain 4. And then he's going to take 2, 4, 5, 6. Oh, okay. I mean, if he's tapped out, that's just game, right? GG, sir. The better player's been identified. And his name is Thousand Bands Ash.
Gotcha, bitch.
Don't worry, guys. It's just your casual neighborhood best of all time beats by Ash. Back at it again. Okay, this hand seems unplayable. This hand seems way better. Okay. Turn 2 Forager. Turn 3 Cultivator. I guess I need to hit one more land here. Greetings to the multiple variety. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Thank you, sir. You are a based individual.
I fucking knew it! Oh!
Okay, he has kind of a savage 2-drop. I can't allow him to be that much of a savage. I'm gonna have to go for the rare via rare beatdown. I know it seems kind of weird that I stacked a land, but I needed one land anyway to guarantee my Junk Blade on 4. So I might as well. And he hasn't shown any, like, early game removal to, like, stop us from doing that. So we might as well just go all in. Honestly, I think it's better than not to have a Fountain Port Bell in your deck. Specifically in green-black or blue-black or blue-green. Because putting a card in your graveyard in a green deck is just really relevant. Oh, that's kind of stupid. That is kind of a bonkers combo. Not hope, just you are. Okay. That is facts. I am blessed, you know? As long as you wake up, you are blessed. Those are the facts. Because a wise man once told me that as long as you are still breathing, your life has meaning, because that means you still have time left to spread the word of the Lord to other people, which is just facts, man. I didn't write the book. I just read it. Okay, how do we want to block this? If this guy... That's 2-4. Yeah, okay, so I'm just going to triple block and hope that he doesn't have it. He doesn't have it. He's not that guy. You do a backflip out of bed every day? Damn, I'm not going to lie. That's some G shit. I wish I could do a backflip, but I was always too scared. I tried to do it in wrestling, and, like, I've tried to do it in MMA, but I just lift weights so much that it's just kind of dangerous. I do like to do some good old-fashioned handstand push-ups. Those are fun. So you're telling me you don't actually do a backflip and you're a fraud? That's kind of sad. I don't know if you guys have ever thought about this, but, like, I've been in a lot of dance battles, and I've just found that, like, honestly, when two people are in a dance battle, the person who is able to incorporate backflips just gets 10x bigger of a cheer from the crowd. Like, even if what they're doing, like, they just had a shitty routine, as long as they do some kind of flip, people are like, oh my gosh, he popped off. I feel like there has to be some level of correlation between, like, being able to do a backflip and also just, like, getting pussy. Like, there has to be some amount of a correlation to that. Because if you're at a party and you can do a backflip or a club, especially in a club in a small space, like, that's just amazing. Like, you're just getting laid. And obviously, if you're a girl, it's just less impressive. If you're a girl, you should just be able to do a backflip. Let's be real. Honestly, I would be more surprised if you're a girl and can't do a backflip. I will say, I cannot do a backflip, but I can do a full splits. There's some amount of respect to be laid out in that. Because I feel like a lot of people will never be able to do that. Okay, I think I'm just fucking dead. I don't know if anyone cares about bodybuilding, but I've always been somewhat interested in bodybuilding. I just feel like a lot of bodybuilders, I just like the discipline. since I'm a martial artist, like, the aspect of being disciplined is just, like, very, like, encouraging to me. And there's this one guy who's been on the come up in the Olympia, and his name is Andrew Jacked, and he can do a full splits at 300 pounds of, like, with, like, a 5% body fat or something ridiculous like that. And I think that's just fucking insane. Because, like, I'm already really flexible from, like, having done martial arts my whole life, but I'm also 150 pounds. Alright, we're just fucked. We're going to the next game. Like your wife and literally any other female in your life. I don't know a single female that can backflip. My question to you is, have they tried? It's one thing to have not been able to do a backflip because you're like, yeah, like, I'm just not going to do that, versus trying. My point is, if you took most females, like, I mean, at a certain point, if you're, like, over the age of 35 and you're, like, not living a healthy lifestyle, then obviously, like, you're just not going to be able to do that, like, regardless of whether you're a guy or a girl. But if you're a young person, and if you're a young female, and you are taken to, like, a gymnastic mat, or, like, a martial arts mat, and someone taught you how to do it, I guarantee you that most females would be able to do it, like, just sheerly on physics and flexibility. Now, once again, if you're just obese, and you're not, like, doing any form of physical activity, like, on a semi-weekly basis, then you probably can't even touch your toes, you know? So, like, if you are actually, like, in decent shape, I feel like you can. Alright, let's start with our black, assert our dominance. We have the green shell. We're doing Mario Kart things. You have to put some respect in the Mario Kart, boys. I feel like Fekun Green Shell is an item from, like, peak Mario Kart. We're talking, like, Mario Kart Double Dash, you know, on the GameCube. Not none of that weak-ass Switch shit, you know? We don't live in the Zoomer era. We live in the golden era. It was probably just legitimately better to not play this Heaped Harvest, but the fact that I can just go Green Shell into Junkblade Bruiser makes it probably worth. Maybe it was more correct for me to just not attack there. That does put him ahead in the race, but I just felt like there was a good chance he was going to be able to gain life. Oh, fuck. I just fucked myself.
I am not gay. I have relationships with women and sex with men.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
If I didn't attack, this game would just be such a different story. You're kidding me. You're literally kidding me. Not in front of my stream. Don't expose me like this. I'm a Green Shell OG. I needed that. I don't have many things going on in my life. I needed that. I needed the dopamine hit. Okay. The bad news is I'm kind of fucked, and I don't know if I'll ever be able to restore my honor from that misplay. The good news is I'm still breathing, so I can at least spread the word of God to other people. I'm a glass half full kind of guy, you know? But then there's also just the aspect that I could just add it back with my Bonebite Orator, which would be even more demoralizing for my opponent. Because if I actually have enough time to spend 6 mana and just take a turn off, maybe multiple turns doing nothing, in order to do that, my opponent is probably a chump and should just retire for life. If anything, the pressure is now just on my opponent. Because, like, if I come back from this, like, he has no honor left at all. Wait, he's a Lunar Convocation? What the fuck? Wait, why do you have this card, sir? That card's kind of pushed. For real, for real. Wait, this might actually be kind of based. I can go for a Forager. And then next turn I can sack my Heaped Harvest. And then I'll be floating 7 mana. Maybe 8 mana. We'll see. It's probably just better to do that. I think I need to get him for my 6. One of the biggest distinctions between a good player and a great player in Magic is knowing when to get in your chip damage. Because good players will not miss like the 2 to 3 damage in the early game that drastically changes the outcome of that game. Like this guy just paid 2 life and I did 6 to him. That was honestly really ballsy. Can you do this more than once per turn? Well, you can. That's kind of busted. So he can just pay 2 mana and draw unlimited cards. That's fucking crazy. I'm glad at least there's a life cost associated with it, but there's kind of like not really a cost. That's kind of weird. Yeah, let's just use all our mana and just regurgitate our hand on the field and just hope that he doesn't have an answer. The reality is, 10 out of 10 times, our opponent just isn't that guy, you know? Alright, there's no way he hasn't. He's not that guy. I don't believe it. I won't believe it until I see it, and if I see it, I'll erase it from my mind like it never happened. Because anything that's against me is obviously just false propaganda used to destroy my community. That is the only possible outcome. Yeah, that right there, that was some false propaganda. That's not real. That is what would happen in an alternate dimension where I would lose the game, but that's obviously not like a real potential outcome, right? So... honestly, I think I actually probably should have just sacked my Heaped Harvest to get an additional land out. Specifically because it just decreases our chances of dead drawing. Wait, that guy's paying another 2 life to draw a card? That's so greedy. Are you kidding me? Let's go! The boat is back, baby. Talk about it. On my Mighty Mouse shit. We did it again, baby. We did it again. God's man at 155 pounds finds a way to win outside of all odds. And we did it with an extremely shiesty deck. Okay, we got a Lumra. That's hot. I actually really want to make a deck with this, but this card is just too expensive, IRL. I'm a poor streamer. Every super chat allows me to feed myself for 1 day. So I've actually changed the rat deck, and I want to show it off. The rat deck, if anyone has any suggestions for the rat deck, let me know. Because I feel like there's just something missing. So I see some people don't play this card. It is kind of overcosted, so maybe I should just play 2. But if you get one on the field, it just feels like you can't lose. Because like going this guy into this is just a game-ending combo. Because if I make them sacrifice even 2 creatures, and I'm sacking like dead rat tokens for my Tangled Colony or my Sewer King, or even Persistent Marshstalker, like, I'm just putting so much on the damage on the board where they just die. And they might legitimately just die from the 3-paw ability. Also, like, I don't know how I feel about this card. So, on one hand, this is like a pseudo-lock if we have the Rat King. Because we can give this guy Toxic 1, and then he only needs to hit 10 times. At the same time, it just feels like the play window for this is so small. Like, on turn 4, I can, like, Persistent Marshstalker and do something else. But on turn 4 with Azure Beastbinder, it feels like if you don't play this on turn 2, it's just ass. It's way too late. At least that's my experience. Maybe I'm overlooking something about the card, or maybe I just haven't played enough with it. But I just feel like if you're not playing this on turn 2, it just doesn't do enough. Maybe there's like a matchup where it's really good. I'm not sure. But in my experience, like a lot of times, because of how aggressive the meta is, making one of their guys 2/2 is actually kind of like negative for you. I do think this card is cracked though. This card belongs in the deck. This card's been really good. Like pretty much everything has been good in the deck outside of this card. This card's been kind of whack. And maybe the mana base is kind of whack. I don't really like... Restless Reef won me a game one time. At the same time, since I get to add up to 5 cards from the top of my deck, and I can add stuff back from the grave like Marshstalker, and I have a 7 mana enchantment, it's like you don't really run out of things to do in the late game. So I don't know if I like 4 of these, but it does tap for both colors. I don't know. It's something I definitely want to work on. I think this card's underrated. A lot of people just don't even play it, and I'm like, how? This is like one of the best 2-drops in the deck. Like, even getting 2 rat tokens is insane, because then you can just, like, sack them for Season of Loss and just pop off. Yeah, being able to sack things for Seasonal Loss is dirty. Lilypad Village has been okay. I was playing the Black Village before, but it was just kind of underperforming. I'll be right back, and then we're going to run it back. Alright, the boat is back, baby. We're ready to rock and roll. Shout out to my fans on Rumble, staying loyal and true. I want everyone to be clear that there will be a day when I undeniably get banned from other platforms for being too based. And at that point, I will retreat to my home base of Rumble. Alright, run it back, run it back. Honestly, I feel like this is probably the worst arena open that's ever occurred. Like, this set is just so, like, not skilled and sealed. If you get to draft, like, it could be okay. But still, like, there's not a lot of skill. Especially in a pod with good people. That sounds toxic. Alright, we're going to pop off here. There's a good chance that if we have an option to not go green, I will do something else. But if I keep being forced to go green, I'll go green. Bro, someone said, faced a pair of Bandits talent now, and it seems to always raise my blood pressure and make me very annoyed. That's actually so facts. All right, we have one lucky fool about to lock in. All right, we're good to go. All right, let's see it, baby. Show us a Innkeeper's talent. Innkeeper's talent for the boys, eh? I'm here for the culture. Here for the culture, staying for the content. All right, welcome back to another Bloombro Best of 3 draft on the channel. And I think we're starting off with a pretty mid pack here. Our rare is Keen-Eyed Curator, which is just an overall very strong card. And it's probably going to be our pick because there's not a lot of interesting things in here. I will say that in general, so far it's just felt like the green cards just provide higher intervals of naturally better stats than other colors. So if you can start with just like a decent green card, it's typically just going to be overall higher value and safer to start with than most of the other colors, because there are some things like, for example, Nettle Guard is a cool card, but in order to reach its full ceiling, you have to be playing it in the mice deck, which is, very risky to hedge on early on, whereas Keen-Eyed Curator is just an above rate card in literally any deck. So that's where we're going to start with here. I think the biggest skill set and the biggest learning curve in this format is just understanding what cards are the safest to start off with early. So pick number 2, we see a Take Out the Trash, which is a fine one. We did start with a Raccoon, so that could be a fine follow-up. There is also a Baker's Bane duo, and there is a Cash Grab. 2 cards that I think are very highly sought after in any green deck. Cash Grab being the slightly more premium one, but also being more segmented to where if I pick this card, I'm probably just looking to play squirrels. Whereas Baker's Bane, you could tell me that I could end up in green-white, red-green, or green-black, and I'd be pretty satisfied with any of the 3 combinations. So I'm probably going to go with the Baker's Bane here. Tangle Tumbler is a very interesting one, and I hope we get to use it sometime, but I just have never really been in a situation where I ended up with this and enough token generation / food to really pull it off. So we'll go with Baker's Bane, just stay safe here. I'm hoping we can get into a white deck, because we haven't gotten to play with white in a while. Alright, well, it doesn't look like there are really any exciting monocolor green cards, but we do see a couple of interesting ones that could go well with our green cards. There is a Lily Splash Mentor, which is overall just a very strong gold card. It does require some setup, but once you get that going, it's really, really nice. There's also a Shoreline Looter, which I think is a good reason to be going into blue. One of the few good reasons in this format. The issue is, if we're picking this up, then we know that we're going to be going green-blue, which means the Lily Splash Mentor is just strictly better. There's also a Scales of Shale. I think you could convince me that if you prefer to go black, that's probably the better thing to do. But I think the Lily Splash Mentor just has a higher potential ceiling, so let's go with that. So really, we're still open to moving into any archetype with a slight preference of going into blue-green. Pick 3, there is a Rat Colony, which is hilarious. I don't know why they added this card and the other one on the bonus sheet into this format, because it's just so useless in draft. You would think at least in digital they could just remove these cards so that you wouldn't open a pack every once in a while that had a dead slot, but that's definitely not going to be our pick. We do see a Bonebind Orator, a Reptilian Recruiter, and a Wandertail Mentor. So we did already pick up the Lily Splash Mentor, so I could be convinced that it's better to go Sunshower Druid here, but I think I just want to leave myself open, and I'm willing to sacrifice, a medium level card in the green-blue deck for the potential chance that we get cut out and need to go red-green. Alright, so I might be eating my words here because there's not really anything super interesting. And I have to say the best card for what we have so far is probably just Dire Downdraft, which is a blue card and makes our Wandertail Mentor pick a little bit punishing. But I mean, ultimately, all these cards are just very replaceable. Okay, pick 6, we see another Moonstone Harbinger. Seems like a good time. Seems like this would have been a very good draft if we would have started white-black, but I don't really see that there was a good pathway to that. There is a Sky Skipper duo, which is like okay in the green-blue deck. And there's also a Roughshod duo, which is also just okay in red-green. Honestly, I just feel like these go very late, and I think I'm probably just going to be happier picking up the Roughshod duo. I think it's just a strictly better card, and if you're playing blue-green, you don't need this card to be good. Okay, well, this is a really good pick for us. We see a Tree Guard duo, which is one of the safest cards you could pick early on in this format. It's a green card, and it just works well in any deck. So that's absolutely amazing for us. Now we don't have to make that decision yet about whether we want to be blue-green or red-green. Seems like the packs are kind of leaning us more into blue-green. My only issue with that is I just feel like there's such a high risk of going into blue-green when you don't end up starting with a Pawn Prophet, because that's just such an integral part of the deck. I think I'm just going to go with this Sunshower Druid. I mean, it's probably the highest potential ceiling card for us, so I'm going to pick that up here. But it really only works if we end up going blue-green. Alright, well, I guess there's another Dire Downdrift. I could be down for that. There's also a 3-Tree, which is a card I've been a little more up on. Sometimes, like, if you're playing black-green, the Shapeshifter to be a squirrel can help out with your stuff like Cash Grab. But I think I'm just going to go with this Dire Downdrift. Not really a lot of good cards left there. Okay, well, not much to choose from here. Eddie Merc, I don't think is good in a green-blue deck because you're so creature-dense. But we did start off with 2 Dire Downdraft, so maybe. I guess we're hoping to find a Pawn Prophet here. Alright, well, Runaway Together is a good signal that we should be going into the blue lane. I don't think you want to play 2, but I guess now we just really need to hope and pray we find a Pawn Prophet in this pack. Alright, pack number 2. Our rare is Iridescent Vine Lasher, which is a really strong card, but I don't think we're in a good position to move on to this card. At uncommon, we do have a couple of good choices here. There is the Long River Lurker, which would be, you know, the best card for a Frogs deck. And there's also a Shoreline Looter, which is just one of the better cards in blue overall. I feel like it's probably safer to just go with the Shoreline Looter just because it's just generally good. We could also just take like a 3-Tree Root Weaver because that's just generically good in any green deck. How many cards do we have of each? Okay. Yeah, I think we're just going to have to commit here. It just seems this is the way that the packs are signaling. I probably should just go with the Shoreline Looter. Maybe we get the 3-Tree Scribe back. Alright, pack 2. Nothing too incentivizing for blue here. Another Lizard Rare. Unfortunate that we're not in a position to play those. We would have gotten back-to-back Lizard Rares, which would have been great. There is an Overprotect, which is fine. I'm really a little bit worried about how we are not seeing that many creatures. Because if you want to make this green-blue deck work, you want to be pretty creature-dense. But it is nice we have the Shoreline Looter. Maybe we can cycle away some of those spells and maybe utilize this Eddie Merc. So I guess I'll just go with Overprotect. It's just the best card in this pack for us. Ooh, okay. There is a Thornvault Forager. Not the best in green-blue. It is just a mana dork, though. And, you know, with our Shoreline Looter, we have a little bit of a potential to put things in the grave. So foraging isn't outside of the realm of possibility. I mean, there is also a Sticky Tongue, which is great. But so far, my issue is we don't have, like, a lot of good things to be bouncing. Oh, okay. We're just getting past back-to-back multiple green rares. Well, that's a good sign. Scrap Shooter is a really nice one. 3 mana 4/4 with reach, so the stats are there. Very similar to how Keen-Eyed Curator is structured. And then we have an option to potentially kill a bomb enchantment. Typically going to be one of the talent cards. So realistically, we're like 90% chance to be green-blue here. All right, well, yeah, I guess we just have to be green-blue. We'll pick up this Long River Lurker. It's really unfortunate we haven't seen a Pawn Prophet yet. We do have one Sunshower Druid. Maybe we can pick up a couple more of those to supplement, not seeing Pawn Prophet. That would really help us out here. But Long River Lurker will do just fine. Alright, well, there is a Longstalk Brawl, which is pretty good in any green deck, and, it seems like our creatures have pretty good stats for the rate we're paying, so that's one I'm pretty excited to pick up here. Alright, well, there's a Polywallop. That is pretty much one of the key cards we're looking for to make this Frogs deck come together. One of the issues I have with making a Frogs deck come together often is really just having enough cards that allow us to win the game. And I think one of the ways you can win the game is just by having like 3 or 4 Polywallops and just consistently playing them for a cost of 1 or 2. Can easily steamroll you out of the game. All right, well, there is a Junk Blade Bruiser. That could be a pretty good one to have, like just a nice way to end the game. It doesn't have the best synergies with, our theme of bouncing things, but it is just a good card to be able to push in. And with stuff like the Tree Guard duo, if we can repeat this, it gives us a way to trample in, which is cool. We already have a couple 2-drops anyway, so. All right, well, there's another Longstalk Brawl. That's good. Honestly, more than anything, we're just like primarily green so far, which isn't a terrible position to be in. I think, honestly, with the amount of playables we've seen, I could just throw away blue and just move into red, pack 3 if it makes sense. I just don't think it really has made sense so far. Plus, we played red-green in a video recently, so we might as well switch it up. Try to make some green-blue frog things work. For the content, people. There's a Gossip's Talent. I think this is probably one of the only talents that's just not worth it. This card could be okay, I guess. Finch Formation, I just don't really like playing in a deck like this. Okay, well, there is a Light Shell duo. One that I'm honestly not dissatisfied playing. It's a decent card to bounce. The only issue is sometimes these decks get very easily clogged up with 4-drops. Ooh, pick 12 Sticky Tongue Sentinel. That's amazing. That's exactly what we were looking for, actually. Sticky Tongue Sentinel tends to overperform, because it has interactions where you can pick up enchantments like Hunter's Talent that are sometimes just game-ending. All right, pack number 3. There's a decent amount of green goodies here, but nothing that's too synergistic for our deck. It's probably going to be between this Tree Guard duo and the 3-Tree Scribe. We do have a lot of 4-drops already, but I think Tree Guard duo is one of the ways we can actually win the game, because replaying this, can allow us to do a massive amount of damage, especially if we're putting the stats on a Trampler, which makes me think this is probably a little bit better than 3-Tree Scribe. We don't have the most amount of ways to be bouncing things, so I think it's just overall the safer card, and 3-Tree Scribe is likely to come back. Okay, well, we're at a little bit of a crossroads here. Patchwork Banner is absurd, and we do already have a total of 6 frogs. But there's also a Polywallop and a Sunshower Druid, 2 cards that we would really like to have in a deck like this. I think Polywallop is honestly just the best card for us, even though we are pretty heavy on 4s. We don't have a lot of things to ramp into to really utilize the Patchwork Banner. It is just a big stat buff, and, we could get the Sunshower Druid back, so we'll go with the Polywallop number 2. All right, so we've got a Clifftop Lookout, which I think most of the time just isn't that great. It gets lands out of your deck, which can stop you from breaking, which is cool. There is a Water Spout Warden, though, and I actually kind of like playing one of these in a deck. It's a good way to pressure, and it's a good way to end the game. Long River Lurker kind of has a similar effect on the game. This is kind of just a better version of this card, but I think it's fine to have one of these when you don't have too many Long River Lurkers. All right, well, there's a Calamitous Tide. That could be fine. Calamitous Tide versus Mind Spiral is probably the question to be asking. I feel like Calamitous Tide is probably a little bit better in this deck. I just don't think Mind Spiral is the greatest. Yeah, I'd rather have a Calamitous Tide. It's a decent card to ramp into. So nothing green in this pack, which is a bit unfortunate. We can pick up our second Water Spout Warden, just another way to close out the game. But it's looking really bad that we don't have, like, a lot of things that are good for bouncing here. That's what I'm really worried about with this draft, but we'll see what happens. Okay, there's another Longstock Brawl. I mean, 3 is a lot, but I am willing to just cut, like, a dire downdraft for that. Okay, well, there's another Longstock Brawl. That's pretty funny. I think I'm pretty good on removal here. Bellowing Crier is fine. I think 2-drops are pretty important in this format, and it can allow us to put stuff in the grave. Lily Pad Village I don't think is bad either. You could probably convince me to take either of those. Our deck's probably a little more interested in the Bellowing Crier, though. Ooh, well, there's a really good one. Mind Whisker. Just a good card overall and a potential win condition versus a Sun Shower Druid. I mean, we only have like 4 ways, I guess, to bounce things. Fuck it. We'll take the Sun Shower Druid to be on theme here. High Stride is fine. Dazzling Denial is also fine. Honestly, Dazzling Denial is just kind of a weird card because you want to use all your mana to be putting out creatures. Okay, there's an Alania pick 10. That's funny. I've actually seen someone pop off with this, and I think it's definitely possible. But we're not really going to be playing any of these cards. All right, well, that's going to be our deck. Seven instants and sorceries isn't that bad to play Eddie Merc. This is just a good card to blink. Let's just take out a Water Spout Warden, put him in. All right, well, we ended up with a somewhat mediocre green-blue Frogs deck, but there's definitely some good bones for the deck overall. We ended up with a Keen-Eyed Curator, a Scrap Shooter, and, a plentiful amount of removal. So hopefully we are able to push through damage. Unfortunately, we just didn't get any Pawn Profits, which tends to really glue this deck together. So I'm a little bit doubtful, but we will hope for the best. And maybe we'll just get a Dirty Eddie Merc Lily / Mentor combo going. So let's go ahead and hop into these games. Alright, our opponent is going to be starting off on the play. We have a Thornvault Forager on 2, so I'm probably going to keep this hand. I mean, we do have a squirrel that we can search for this, right? I think it's just the Baker's Bane, but still, that's something to add. So it's not, like, that dead of a card in the late game. It is scary our opponent started off with a 1-drop, and they're on the play. Ravine Raider is just so good. This is probably one of the most underrated cards in the format. Like, it doesn't seem that great because in most formats, a 1-mana 1/1 just isn't good. But let me tell you, the card is gas. Okay, Heartbloom Battler. So this guy is a bomb rare. That's a little bit sussy baka of him. Don't come in my house with bomb rares like that, bud. You can't be doing me like that. I guess let's just leave this up because I don't want him triggering a damage ability and then being able to use something like a Warlock that steals something out of our hand. So he probably has a Scales of Shale here. Even if he has a Scales of Shale, he won't be able to kill Scrap Shitter, so. Oh, he can kill Scrap Shooter because it only costs 1. I'm stupid.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Okay, well, I had to trade with that at some point. It's not that bad. Don't get me wrong. It would have been way better if I didn't have to do that, but I would have to answer this at some point, and that makes this card so powerful. I do have a Run Away Together I can chain if things go bad, and Overprotect is just a good combat trick. Okay, he's going to let it go through. That's great. Kindle Spark Duo. Interesting. Water Spout Warden. Not what we were hoping for. Yeah, let's go ahead and do this. Well, if I Run Away Together, it plays around Scales of Shale. Nah, I'm not going to do that. It's just not really beneficial to us. Bone Bind, okay. Well, this is really sad, but I think I just do this. Only squirrel on the deck. Come out, bud. I didn't want to have to do this, but when you're bricked up, you got to start pulling out the squirrels out of your ass. Always remember that. If you're ever in public and you're bricked up, just start pulling squirrels out of your ass. It'll get you out of a bricked up situation. I feel like I have to trade, but I don't really want to. I mean, that was a free card. Oh, that's just bonkers. Yeah, this guy probably built his deck at Cheapo Depot. That's the only reason I could see that happening. Alright, well, I guess I can start clocking him. If we top deck a Lily Splash Mentor, it's gonna be really nice. Oh, he has a Season of Lost? That's busted. Alright, well, that's not enough. Alright, well, I guess we're going to hope to get a third land here. If our opponent starts the game on turn 1, it's going to be very bad. I heard LSV say that if you're on the draw and you don't have a 2-drop, you might just lose, and that is very true. Okay, we're nice. Assassin, sure. Probably better just to get this guy down now. Ooh, that's scary. Alright, well, we can still kill this guy. If he runs out of gas, there's a chance we could win. I do have to remember to play around his psychic whirl. Bandage talent? Oh, fuck you, dude. Bandage talent is pretty messed up. Do I need to just play everything, though? Maybe. Well, if we get like a Lily Splash Mentor, we're gonna be popping off. Oh, that's gross. That's absurd. Oh my gosh, no. I think that gives us a good tell that our opponent probably has some gas if he's willing to make that block. Ooh, baby. Yeah, that is pretty disgusting. Roughshod Duo is a scary one indeed. Oh my gosh. Well, he has to block. Now we at least have two decent bodies. Okay, that's actually nice. So I'm at least able to, like, regain the life I'm losing off the bandage talent. And I'm putting 2 threats. So it's like he needs to answer my Lily Splash Mentor, but he also needs to answer my duo. That's fucking scary. He basically needs to find a Scales of Shale or he dies. But if he finds a Scales of Shale, he could just win the game. Oh, holy shit. Yeah, he probably has a Scales of Shale. I wouldn't doubt it. Long River Lurker would be so insane here. No Long River Lurker. That kind of sucks. I feel like he has to have a Scales of Shale. Okay, now my Lily Splash Mentor does not die to Scales of Shale. I knew it. Literally knew it. I think I did the best thing possible. Okay. Kindle Spark Duo. Oh, this guy's just so many bodies. Oh my gosh, that's so hot. Circling back to job hopping to climb the ranks, that's pretty common in engineering, and it's a shame. People who hop usually make 20% more than don't. Big difference. I love my company, though, too much to hop. See, I think that's the boat a lot of people are in, because my brother, he's honestly just, like, sacrificed so much. He could just be making so much more money, getting better, like, free time, getting better benefits, but he just refuses to leave because he doesn't want to, like, move his kids and shit, which I think he should have just made the decision to move, like, earlier on, because now he's just in the worst position, but, you know, it's up to him. Is this guy really just going to keep drawing 2 cars that are gas every turn until we die to bandage talent? I'm literally just killing 3 of his cards per turn, and he just keeps drawing double gas every turn. That's so frustrating. Does he do engineering? No, he's a trade control specialist at Boeing. He basically, like, helps... Okay, he's gonna go Bow Mine Orator. Add back that. Oh my gosh. Wait, am I actually gonna die to burn? Oh my gosh. That's so frustrating. I'm gonna go down to 4. Okay, wait, that's actually huge. Basically, he just helps get, like... When there's a trade deal happening... Maybe he does something different now, but when, like, a deal would be going down, he would help get permits in order to, like, allow trades with other countries. But in order to, like, get a better job, he would really have to, like, move to Texas. Okay, so what do I want to fight here? Probably this, because this is pumpable. Wow, this is so fucking frustrating. All he has to do, why, bruh, this is just such a frustrating card to play against. Like, I even gained 2 life per turn for like 3 turns, and this guy's still playing literally burn. He's playing mono red burn, and he has multiple rares. Wait, he has 2 Heartborn Battler? That's so toxic. What? Oh my gosh, I'm literally losing to burn. He has 2 copies of a rare card that burns, alongside more burn. That's fucking awesome, man. I love that for you. Wow. See, Frogs just never works for me. I sit there and use my mana to do things that you would think are, like, efficient, and then it just turns out it's not good enough because some other guy can just, like, pop off while you're twiddling your thumbs. I'll be right back. Alright, we're back. Yeah, so the other thing I was thinking about when you're switching jobs to get a promotion that I was gonna bring up is like, I feel like a lot of people also don't consider this, because I just thought about this, like, it's not that easy to just leave even if you can like move to another place, because sometimes like maybe you can't afford the cost of relocating, and not even just the physical cost of moving there, but a lot of places when you start working there, the health insurance benefits might not start for until like the second or third month, which means in that 2 to 3 month window of where you left the place that was giving you your benefits, you're now paying out of pocket in order to move. So in some cases, you may actually be losing money for the first couple months in order to make more money. And that's kind of a weird, like, I don't know, that's just kind of a weird thing to think about. Like, you're getting a promotion or you're getting into a higher paying job, but it actually, like, there's so many sunken costs associated with that it's actually negative for you in the short term. And, you know, let's say you do that and then it just doesn't work out at that company, and then you end up needing to move to another company. So it's almost like, if you want to be as safe as possible, and let's say you have like a family, and you have like, you know, certain duties to pay for the family and stuff, you might be a one-income household, you almost need to have a certain amount of money set aside in order to take that risk, because it's a risk, right? Like, what if it doesn't work out and then you have no job for a period of time and you didn't have any savings? Well, then you're worse off than when you were in the original position, because that original company may not be willing to take you back. And even if they are, who's to say that that would be immediately, right? So it's kind of a weird situation. It's like, it kind of goes back to that philosophy of like, you need money in order to make money, even if you were already making money. It's kind of a weird thing to think about. And I would argue that most people in this economy, since most people aren't able to currently save a lot of money if they are, you know, drawing from their current income to pay for bills, that most people really can't afford to take that risk, even if it would be better for them in the long term. In the 8 or so companies I've interviewed, only had one delayed activation of insurance coverage. I wonder how common that is in other industries. The only reason I bring that up is because, like, that's happened before to my mom. Like, we switched companies, and I don't know that it was 3 months, but it was at least like a 1 to 2 month period where that happened. It's definitely a possibility, because I think it really comes down to, like, for example, my mom was working for a non-government organization, then moving to a government organization, which, like, means that the same specific health insurance, like, that they were with was not available in that circumstance, right? Because as a government employee, you have access to a different network of health insurance. So I think, like, it's more likely that's not going to happen if you are because, like, some companies offer different, like, insurance, and if you're able to keep that same insurance, then I think it would work. I don't know exactly, but I do think that plays a factor into it. Man, this sucks. We're fucked. But that's okay. I'm chilling with the boys, eh? That is a really interesting thing to think about, though. Those are the conversations I like to have. There's something, like, fulfilling about entering a conversation and leaving that conversation open, like, not just learning something, but opening your mind to a whole nother aspect on that situation that you did not know was there before. I find that very fulfilling. And that's also why I really enjoy having conversations with people who have different views than me. And unless they're just, like, yelling, you know, like, I mean, I don't want to, like, I don't like to talk to people. Like, I have this one friend, and, like, you know, he's probably, like, one of my oldest standing friends, and he's, like, extremely liberal. And so, you know, I have very different views than him. And so I don't like to, like, talk about politics with him. And I don't want to bring it up. But this guy, he just really likes to argue, and he will just actively try to bring it up. Like, he'll be like, And there was this one situation where we were just chilling with some other people, and it was at the time that Andrew Tate like had went to jail, and he was like, dude, did you see that like Andrew Tate has been put in jail? And I was like, yeah, I mean, I heard about that. I don't know if he like confirmed did it or not. And he was like, what do you think about that? I was like, well, I don't know if he did it or not, and I don't know him personally, so I'm going to assume that he is, you know, innocent until proven guilty. And he just like went off on a tangent and was being like, dude, you really like this guy? He's literally like this, that. And I'm like, dude, like, whoa, I didn't even want to like talk about this. Like, you're the one who brought this up. I really hate whenever people try to corner you into a conversation. And this was very common during COVID. Like, for example, this one friend's mom who like, so this guy, he specifically like would have like 8 or 10 people over at a time. And like his mom came in and was like asking me like why I'm not wearing a mask. And I'm like, well, like all these people have been over here and they didn't wear a mask. And like, I have a literal medical condition to where I physically cannot breathe out of my nose more than 3%. So like wearing a mask literally inhibits my ability to breathe. And you've had a whole bunch of other people over here who are not wearing masks. And she just like cornered me into this conversation about like, do you care about us? Like, you realize that like I could die. How do you feel about that? And I'm like, well, I mean, I don't want you to die. And basically just kind of like put me in the position of being a villain. And it made me feel really weird and uncomfortable, because this person is a person that I had considered like a second mother, since like, you know, I had known this person and his family since literally like the 3rd grade. So like almost 20 years. And it just made me feel really uncomfortable. And it's like, I don't have a problem with other people like having a different viewpoint on something, but it's like when you know that you and that person are not going to agree and you just don't want to bring that stuff up because it becomes awkward. I really dislike when that person wants to like bring up those topics, because like I know that we're not going to like change each other's mind, and I know I'm going to sit here and be calm, but you're just like, you want to argue, and it doesn't matter if it's a girl or a guy. I just genuinely don't like arguing with people. I find it very frustrating and a useless waste of my time, you know? And it especially gets like that, not even just politics, but it's like, if you work long hours like I do, or many people do, it's like, and you want to go hang out with someone, and maybe you also have like a wife and kids, then you have very limited amount of time. And you're like, okay, I just want to like go do this recreational activity so I can get some escapism and not think about work. And then these people try to bring up like these tough issues, like explaining this deep shit to you about their stuff. And it's like, dude, I just came over here to play cards, or I just wanted to drink a beer with you. Like, I've been at work all day. Like, I don't want to have this discussion, you know? And I think a lot of people don't consider that. Some people just want to engage in those kind of talks and don't really consider that the other person like is trying to disassociate from like the work-life balance. That's something that our society really needs to learn. Lol, he sounds obnoxious to be around. Kind of. I mean, the thing is, it's like, growing up, this person, like, he was like my best friend. Like, we literally met each other in primary school, and then eventually I moved to a different city, and then he ended up actually using someone else's address to graduate from that high school with me. And then he was one of the only people to go to the same school, college as me. And we actually graduated college together. And like, you know, since my dad has been dead, you know, 10 years now, it's like his dad was also like, you know, kind of dad to me. So we have this connection. But the issue is, it's like, he wasn't like political growing up. Then is like, whenever he went to like college and he joined like a different frat than me, his mentality just kind of changed, and he started becoming like more political not in the way of like that he cares about politics so much, but in the way that like educators get into it, you know? Like there are certain like when you become a professor, you become like very political, maybe if you're not bringing up specific issues, but you have like an opinion and a stance on something regardless of whether it's political or not, and no one else can be right except you. And I think that's just a very common thing for people who go out and like try to get these like high level degrees. Like this guy, he went into medical shit. And so, you know, like obviously you're not going to say anything to him about like medical stuff because he's in medical school or whatever, you know, like it's that kind of mentality. And so it's like, I just don't necessarily, he just mentally changed. I think joining a frat just like fundamentally changed. Like, cause this guy, he's very short and very like, I feel like he's like self-conscious about certain aspects. So I feel like he kind of changed his mentality when going to school, which like, I still care about him and I love him. He's my brother, but it's like, I just don't want to be around him constantly because he like wants to bring up like stuff and I just don't like arguing, you know? So like, I genuinely don't care if someone like has a different opinion. But when people get like too tied into like these topics where we're gonna sit there and butt heads, I just find it to be a waste of time. But I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't really change my status of being like a friend with that person. So it doesn't really matter that much to me. It's just a lot of people change and evolve over time. And I think that's also partially the reason why most adults, by the time that they get to like their late 30s, they're not really friends with any of the same people they were friends with. And one thing I've always wondered is like, I find it very weird where most of the adults in my life do not really have many friends, if any at all. Now, some of the older ones, it's like you could say some of them have passed away. That is a thing. But at the same time, it's like a lot of people just don't make the extra effort to stay connected with people that they like once cared about and shared a lot of their time. And I think that's kind of crazy because like for me, I've just stayed connected with the same people from the get-go. And I think it's really like weird, you know, like that people aren't like that. And I think a portion of it, and something that I've kind of learned from my brother, is it's like once he used to have like several friends in our hometown that like also like I would go hang out with them. And, you know, I'm like, okay, I also consider this person a brother. But then he just like became too invested in his relationship. And I guess there's part of it that he did a tour in Afghanistan, which maybe like disconnected himself somewhat from those people live. But at the end of the day, he was still hanging out with them after he got back. Like that was like the main portion of time that I would hang out with him. But since having kids, he's basically completely disconnected from seeing those people. Like he'll still talk to them on the phone, but he never like wants to go hang out with them. And I think a lot of people get caught up in that and don't intend for it to be in a malicious fashion. Like they're not disconnecting with these people because they don't like it, but they get too up in their own world and don't consider the factor of like, okay, if I want this person to stay connected with me long term, I need to put some effort into this relationship, even though it's not my marriage, right? Like you can't just not hang out with people or go do things with them for over 10 years and just assume that once your kids grow up that they're still going to be there. Because at that time, their lives have evolved too, right? And I think that's something that a lot of people do not necessarily watch out for. And I think later in life, they will often regret it, right? Because a life is all about the experiences that you have with other people. And I think more so than not, most people would look back and say, damn, I was really close with that person. What happened? I didn't have any issues with that person, but now they're not in my life anymore. And it's like, oh, well, you were too worried about spending time with your wife and kids and didn't feel the need to continue caring for these other potential relationships in your life. And by the time you realize that, it's often just like too out of hand to where that person may live in a different state. They may just be no longer on this earth, right? So that's something always to make sure you're aware of. And I think it's becoming easier with like the digital advances, but at the same time, it's like, it's crazy. Because like my brother and me, we went to his friend's dad's funeral. And this was like the friend that I knew the most out of my brother. And he was kind of like an older brother to me as well. Because like, you know, he had done so much for me and been like very like caring and like, you know, would invite us over to like do barbecues and shit, you know. I also kind of grew up with him. And this was the first time that he has seen that guy in several years, was whenever his dad's funeral was happening. And it was just kind of like hit me, because that guy, he had small children. And when I was like 16 or 17, we go over to his house, his kids were like 3 and 4. And now his kids are like 14, 15. And I'm like, damn, I always wanted to like go hang out with like this friend and my brother at the same time, but my brother just always said that he never had time. And in that time span, his kids are like almost adults now, and I'm just like, that's fucking crazy, dude. I got caught up in sticking with my family. Generally, I prefer to help out with the kids or the house chores. I try to game with my friends during nap time every once in a while, stay in touch with everyone. That's good. I mean, obviously, like I said, there are some constraints that you really can't put yourself like past. But if you have like a friend that you've known since high school and they live within like a 2-hour radius and you still want to be connected with them, you should probably look to like setting up like, you know, a get together, or like invite them, plan it out to where they can come to your birthday or you can come to their birthday or something during the holidays. You know, like you probably are in a similar situation. My brother, he, you know, works like really long hours during the week, but he gets very good holiday time. Like usually when Christmas comes up, I think he gets like 3 weeks off. And that's like a great time to where like if you're going down to visit family anyway, then you could like ask a friend to come over or something. Obviously, like I don't know your situation, but that's something that I am personally like concerned about. Luckily for me, most of the friends that I have, they all still pretty much live in Oklahoma for the most part. So it's not like too unreasonable for me. But it's definitely a different like experience, just like texting someone a funny meme every once in a while and like actually just not hanging out with them in person in like 3 years, right? But for sure, if when you have like a toddler to where like, you know, you have to be staying up all night because they wake up 3 times in the night, it's going to be vastly more difficult than when your children are 4 or 5 and you're still not like going out of your way to make time for those relationships, right? Okay, well, this is kind of a based maneuver. Yeah, I'm going to have to go for a base maneuver on this guy because he's a little bitch-ass boy. I might as well pat you on the head because you a little boy to me, son. Let's go. Yes, sir. Fuck a sword, bitch, I'm trying to beat the case. But I ain't beat that case. Lily Splash Mentor did the race. Buddy! Oh, buddy.
Gotcha, bitch.
I try to go down to Texas like twice a year to see everyone during a weekend trip. Just feel guilty about leaving the wife and kids, even though her sisters can help. That's good. See, me and my brother used to go visit his one friend in San Antonio, Texas, and that would be like a yearly trip. And this one time, his wife like didn't come, and she just got like really mad about it. And it was just like, it was just stupid. Because it's like, okay, well, you're literally together all day long, considering, you know, she stays at home. Like, you guys are constantly together. And then this is like the first time within like a 6-year period that I was actually like alone with my brother for a literal single day. Like, it's honestly like, it's really just unreasonable. But I'm not really going to like explain too much on his business. But to me, it would be nicer if I was able to spend a day alone with my brother doing an activity we both enjoy, like at least one time per the year. Because like there's just sometimes whenever he comes down, because like they'll stay at her mom's house and visit with those family members. So there's legitimately just some times when he comes down that he only sees those people and doesn't even see me. And it's like, fuck, okay. Well, this is the one time within you're in a relative distance and I'm not even seeing you for 1 hour of time. That's very unfortunate. But I did just buy some tickets to the Thunder game, an upcoming one, and my brother is gonna hopefully come down for that, so that'll be cool. Because the first time that I got to like do something with my brother alone in years was like recently when the Thunder was in the playoffs. I was able to purchase us some playoff tickets, kind of like in the high end of the section. But it didn't really matter because it was just a really fun experience, you know? Because my brother, he's 18 years older than me. So, like, it was just kind of a cool experience to just be alone at the Thunder game in the first time in 10 fucking years when the Thunder is actually competitive. For people who don't live in Oklahoma, this is literally our only professional team in any sport. And this is the first time we've actually been competitive since realistically 2012. You know, maybe even more than 10 years. And the fact that you get to go, like, they do a really cool thing in the playoffs of the Thunder games. So everyone gets a free shirt. And it basically makes, like, a pattern in the stands. And I think that's really cool. It's every single playoff game, everyone gets a free shirt. And the shirts are, like, really high quality. Like, to this day, that's one of my favorite shirts. And, like, also, it was one of the coolest games because it was, like, it was Thunder versus Mavs. And if you know anything about basketball, the Mavs are also, like, have some exciting people. You know, they have Luka Doncic, which I respected beforehand, but then in the game, I just realized he's a motherfucking flopper and just, like, calls the refs constantly. And I'm like, dude, that is so fucking gay. That is, like, the biggest problem with basketball today is everyone's like, they go out and they try to like force a charge and they're like, oh, ref, do you see that? Do you see? I deserve free throws. Do you see? And it's like, bro, just get up. And if the ref calls it, he calls it. There's literally instant replay cameras. I understand if it's like a really bad deal and you just get flatlined one time. Okay. But some of these people like Doncic, literally just after every play, they do the LeBron thing where they just literally act like they're limping to get up, then feel the need to tell the referee. And the only thing it does is slow down the fucking game when they've already slowed down the game so much. And it makes basketball less enjoyable. So the fact that we got to see Doncic actually lose was fucking dope. Because fuck that guy. He's a flopper. Glad you got to do that. Memories like that are the best. Facts. Yeah, that was a really good time. And my mom just... what I was saying is my mom just recently bought me 3 tickets to go to the Thunder game in... I think it's October, which is like an early birthday present for me when it comes to Tulsa. Because, you know, usually they play at the Chesapeake Energy in OKC. But they're actually coming to Tulsa. And that's going to be fucking dope. Because then he'll actually have to come down here. Which means, you know, we might actually get to hang out before. Because what happened, like, at the last one is, like, I had to spend so much time driving up there. Because it's, like, a 2-hour drive from my house to get to his house. That, like, basically I got there. We grabbed some food on the way. Then we... stopped by the liquor store. I chugged a bottle in the Bass Pro parking lot, and then we went to the game. And then afterwards, we came back, and I went to sleep, and he had to put his kids to bed, and that's all that happened. So this time, we might actually get some more time. The weird thing about basketball is that, like, honestly, I think for people, even people who are heavily invested in basketball, most of them know a non-playoff game or games where you're not, like, playing to decide if you get into the playoffs really don't fucking matter. Like, there's just so many damn games that it's like, oh, we won, but, like, we got 30 more games. Yay. Like, there's something different about basketball in the playoffs. Like, I really only like it in the playoffs. And maybe it would be more enjoyable if there was more contact allowed, like back in like the Shaquille O'Neal, Kobe era in 2010. But like, it's just not that exciting if it's not the playoffs. The playoffs is cool is because like there's the series and there's like the storyline building. It's like, oh my gosh, the Thunder are down 2-1 and they need to win one more game in order to take the series into home territory, which will give them a huge morale boost. It's shit like that it's like, it's kind of like fighting for anyone that likes watching the UFC. You know, a big part of the market of UFC today is that for the casual fans, a lot of them are just tuning in to hear the story built up between the two people. It's like, oh, these two people used to train together. They're now enemies, that shit. And that's kind of what the playoffs does for basketball, when basketball, just generally speaking, is not that interesting, specifically because every year they feel the need to just physically change the rules and make the game less fun. In my opinion. So it's obvious that this guy has a high stride, or he just wouldn't attack. Like, that just makes no sense. I'm not losing my guy. Buddy, let me get this damage in. Yes, sir. Fuck me. Don't worry about me, guys. Just fuck me. I genuinely think that basketball is probably one of the most fun sports to attend in person. You know, because there's a lot of sports, like, in my opinion, I think realistically the only mainstream sport that I think is like really hype to watch on TV is football. And that's because there are certain aspects of football to where they'll show like markers in a digital way of different things going on. It actually adds more depth watching it on a screen. Whereas something like golf, it doesn't really add anything, and in fact detracts from the experience. And as well, stuff like baseball. I think baseball is really boring to watch on the TV because it's so fucking slow. But in person, it's kind of cool. Still not that cool, but it's cool. Actually, I think hockey may be number one. For me, I think the best sport to watch in person is hockey. Because there's something different about just being close to the glass and seeing two guys just get in a fist fight 5 feet in front of you. And because hockey is just not that like popular of a sport in America, the tickets just like aren't that expensive. So like you can actually get that up close to see the fights and the action without spending like your left kidney. At least in my experience. Oh fuck, this guy has a hugs? Are you kidding me?
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
That's fucked, dude. I needed a hugs. Bro, how dare this guy steal my hugs? I need a hug right now. I need a hug right now. I need a hug right now. Yeah. Not attacking. What a pussy way to go out. You're fucking kidding me, dude. Dude. Are you kidding me?
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Too many lands. So many lands. Bro, there's this short. I gotta put it up. This is one of the funniest shorts about Magic. We'll put it up after this game. Where this guy's like, too many lands. It's just talking about the different types of commander players. And I think anyone can relate to it, even when you don't understand commander. I'm gonna find it right now. Because we're probably just cooked. Drawing 4 lands in a row in this format just says you're fucked. Bro, I swear, the weirdest people are recommended to me in the algorithm, and I don't know any of these fucking people. And it's like shit that it's like, oh, the thumbnail's really good, and then you look at it and it's 5 views, and it's like, wait, what? Why am I being recommended this? I have never once clicked on any of this person's shit, and their stuff doesn't appeal to me. Algorithms are so weird, and that's why I like Rumble. I think Rumble is single-handedly just the best algorithm out of any video platform. All right. We're fucked. Let me give this guy a rat emote. Rats from the bay. Fuck you, you dirty bastard. Yeah, that was some bullshit. All right, I gotta pull up this short because it's just too funny and too relatable. Yeah, this shit is just too funny. Honestly, I'll actually give this guy a shout out. His name is Round Table Show. Never fucking watched his show, but this is just a really funny short, so I'll give him some respect. Alright, nobody look at my secret history. No, I don't want to watch these people. I'm not endorsing them. What the fuck's happening? What? Okay. All right.
9, first time in a while. Let's see how many games we can get through. Hey, we still got time. Who's ready for game number 2? We are on a roll. That was a great game. That was so quick. Let's do game number 3.
Yes, sir.
My commander costs 17. It's so late. I have to go home. But I refuse to concede to any of you. Why are they all lands? The deck isn't all lands.
It's not all lands.
I have to take a game action. I have to feel like I'm playing a game again. I gotta do something. I only have a counter spell. I'm gonna counter your commander. I gotta do it. I had to do it. I hate you. I hate all of you. I had to play it. So tired. No more lands.
No more lands. Okay, that's just like, I wanted everyone to know how I'm feeling. Like, literally, I'm just drawing 4 lands in a row, and I'm just like, no more lands! No more lands! The deck is not all lands! I had a coworker who had a bunch of OG cards, and so I encouraged him to bring them up one day to look for grails. Best he had was a metal worker from Urza's Destiny. Still a solid find. I'm gonna be completely honest. That's actually hilarious that you actually know more about me, because I thought you said you've never played. I don't know what the fuck a Urza's metal worker is, and I also, like, have never even heard of the set, Urza's Destiny. I understand, like, the gist of, like, what the Urza's block is, but I've never even heard of, like, a single card from that pack. Pretty much I only know, like, the OG stuff. Like, I understand what the Power 9 is. I understand what Time Vault is and shit. And then, like, other than that, my memory for Magic cards starts in, like, 2012 Innistrad, because I was a Yi laddie. Honestly, if I was to give an educated guess, there's a legitimate good chance that I was not physically born in the womb at the time that Urza's Destiny was out. Okay, let's see, when was Urza's Destiny made? Alright, I'm looking it up. I'm not going to show it on stream because I swear I just randomly get fucking demonetized so much. It literally came out and I wasn't alive. June 1999 is the release. I was literally not alive at that point. I wasn't even formed in my mom's womb. I was born in November of 2000. That's fucking hilarious. Wow, that's so funny. Bro, I wasn't even old enough to say, no more lands. Alright, but we have enough lands. That is so funny. Imagine being old enough to actually, like, purchase an Urza's Destiny pack. Ha, couldn't be me. Do I actually want to play this? Wait, why am I going against another person with a blacksmith's talent? That's so bummed. Also, when do I get to play a non-green deck? Every draft, it's like, okay, well, you're starting with a rare. It's a green rare. You have to play. It's like, fuck, man. No more rares. Honestly, I think I just don't play this. The 1/1 counter is just too beneficial on something else. What's crazy is, like, Magic has such a high aging population. When you think about the average age of the competitive player in Magic, it's literally like 10 years older than me. I'm considered on the younger end of the spectrum of people who play Magic. And I'm already pretty fucking old. I'm 23. That's just so crazy. It shows you that there's like a wide problem in the game. I think I need to do this because I need to find a green. No more lands. No more lands. The deck is not all lands. You gotta be fucking kidding me. The deck is not all lands. Honestly, I think like the people who were born around the same few years as me is a really weird aspect of life. Because you got to think, it's like, okay, I was like the last generation who was actually born without being like a dodo head in the brain. Because you got to think, like, nowadays, literally, the kids in my family get fucking like tablets at age 1 and 2. Like, bruh, you know, I'm an OG. I remember, you know, for the first 5 years of my life, we played with rocks and sticks, bro. We go out and have rock wars, you know, try to stone each other. Literally like the canvas on this. Then, whenever I became like 12, that's whenever like the BlackBerry first came out. And it's like, oh, I have a cell phone and you can like type on it. That's kind of cool. And then as I became a teenager, that's when they started like advancing in technology. So I'm realistically like the last generation of culture. These people who were born in like 2005 and onward literally were born with half the size of an average brain and an iPad in their hand. It's kind of sad. They always make those jokes about iPad kids, and now I understand, like, those literally exist. I think that's like the worst thing, like, going forward. It's like people talk about how they're scared of like the schools like imprinting on their kids like this woke information, which is like a real thing that like I understandably can see why you would be concerned about with all of like these different places. Like I saw something in Switzerland where this school, a person who worked at the school took advantage of this like 6-year-old kid and got them in communication with a transsexual protection organization. And that organization took possession of the parent's child and basically forced them into becoming trans at the age of 6 and made the parents lose all rights. And there's a documentary on it. So like I understand there's some worry for you to be had about like things like, obviously that's a very rare thing and it's on the drastic side, but there are things in that realm that I would be worried about as a parent. But my issue is, if you actually care about those things happening, why do you not also care about giving your child a iPad or a tablet at age 1 and 2? Because that is also imprinting those ideals on them. You know, some people are like, but it's kids mode. And it's like, okay, Disney is considered kids mode, and they're literally showing your child these like anti-religious woke things, and they're in rated G movies. So to say that like, unless you're doing a full investigation on every game and application on the tablet, I don't think it's fair for you to say that that is totally safe for protecting your child from the media, like teaching them all these things. Especially like when I've seen like what these kids are watching, like my brother's kids, they literally watch videos of like Russian people who are making these shows, like literal Russian people who are having these small children work in the videos because there's no child labor laws, and like imprinting some fucking Russian shit on them. Like that's fucking weird. We need to go back to the rock and stick wars. That's all I'm saying. Like, that was literally the real Magic the Gathering. You know, I would pick up a big stone and throw it at Terry and be like, Earthbender, go! And then he would, like, go grab his mom's lighter. And he would, like, start setting my hand on fire. He'd be like, the Fire Nation attacks again. And I'd be like, ah, I'm on fire, ah. You know, not in this iPad shit, you know, where people pretend to use fire. We were out there in real life, working with the elements, you know? You know, there's a reason why the Fire Nation attacked. And it's because of this woke bullshit. What's really cool is that I can just wait until he pays 4 mana, and then I'm just going to remove that from the field. Yeah, we're going to homeschool our kids because the public education system ain't it. My kid and I play a lot of freeze tag and construction site in the backyard. That's dope. Do you have like a cool backyard with a lot of space? Because I think that's goated. Back in the day, my dad, like, we had a lot of trees and I would climb the trees. And I remember my dad, like, because he had a tree house. And he lived in California with like an insane backyard. But we would always like look at these catalogs and talk about building a treehouse, and then we just never ended up building the treehouse. And to that day, that trauma is with me. But building a treehouse would just be so goated. Having activities to do in the backyard with your kid is OP. Also, having a pool is OP. Not gonna lie. Like, whenever I was like 7, we moved to a house that had a pool, and that shit was so insane. It was literally like a 12 feet deep pool, and then we had like a pool house that had like a sauna in it, and I always just wish that, like, I'm like, damn, I got really fucked over. Because if my dad hadn't passed away, I literally would have been in high school, getting all the bitches, having all the parties at my house, because I had a 12 feet deep pool and like a huge backyard and like a sauna and hot tub, to where I just could have been getting bitches and getting money, you know, just having fun. Because my dad passed away when I was 13. So I was literally just like a few years away from just becoming the coolest kid at school. And back then, because I started in private school, I thought that the average person had a pool in their backyard. And then I just realized, after just like moving into extreme poverty and just like having nothing, that that is not true. And I think about it all the time. I'm like, fuck, it's been 100 degrees for 3 months. Imagine if I still had a pool. That would be really awesome. And I'm like, fuck, I can't afford a pool. This sucks. So the moral story of this, story is that if you're rich, you should buy your kids a pool. Because honestly, being the kid at school who has the pool is one of the highest levels of clout that anyone can attain in the social structure. Yeah, having the pool just like puts you at the top of the totem pole as like of the social hierarchy. Whenever I was young and we had the pool, we had a border collie and he could run across the pool, and it was really cool. He could like run on the water and swim to the other side. We lived in a healthy middle class. To me, wealth meant a 2-story house, pool, dedicated game room or garage, full of just random drinks. That's funny. Well, see, I went to Holland Hall when I was growing up. I don't know if you know what Holland Hall was, but like at the time that I was going, that was one of the top 5 most expensive private schools to attend in the entire United States. The issue is, I was like one of like 3 people who was going there that actually wasn't wealthy. And the only reason that I was going there was because my grandparents were paying for it. So I had like a weird like set of dynamics, and it's like my dad's house was a 3-story house and it had a pool and like a pool house, but you gotta like put into perspective, the house was completely run down, and it's not like my dad was like making enough money to really afford it. It's just this guy who kind of like screwed us over, forced us into like purchasing it, and it really wasn't like from the outside, you would think like, oh, this is like a wealthy house, but it really wasn't like that. But having a pool was goated. It's just there's so many aspects of having a pool that really isn't like worth it, depending on like your like free time, because there's a big difference between having an outdoor pool with a heater and one not. We did not have a heater, which means even when it's sunny outside, if it's freezing, you still can't use the pool. And because the pool was so big and the entire neighborhood is overdrawn by trees, there's basically a constant need to clean the pool. Like at my grandparents' house, where my dad grew up in Los Angeles, you only needed to clean the pool once a week. This had more trees than I've ever seen in my life, all over it. And basically, if you wanted to use the pool, you're gonna need to clean it every single day, and not even considering how much money per week you're gonna have to spend on chemicals. Did I get bullied for not being rich? Yeah, absolutely. To be honest though, I got bullied for like, not directly for it. More so in the fact, not that people were being like, haha, you're poor, fuck you, but in the aspect of like, I'm interacting with these people at school, you know, I might like go over to someone's house or do something, and these people are like, someone might be flexing that they have like an iPod Touch, or that they have this device that's way out of the range of me, but they don't see it as flexing because they don't have that social construct that everyone doesn't have these things. And when everyone is doing that constantly, it really rubs off to you to a mental state like, wait, why does every other single person have these things and I don't? And it's like, it just made me feel like shit. But it wasn't like people were just being like, fuck you because you're not rich. It was just like, these people didn't understand that what they were doing was making me feel bad. But honestly, I will say that going to private school for the first like 5 grades of my life was completely worth it. And I would honestly recommend that. As long as you like do some research about the school, I think that it's completely worth it for you to put your kids into private school, at least for up until like middle school. Because I was just so far ahead in so many classes that like I was almost able to skip a grade, but then they did some sketchy shit at the public school because they didn't want to lose money by me skipping a grade. So they basically rigged like the last test. But I was just in all of the advanced classes, and I was essentially like a grade level ahead, being in classes with the people who were a year older than me in like math, science, and reading or whatever for like the most of the time I was in school. And that was just a big advantage. Because like for me, in high school, what would happen is I was like a sophomore in the junior classes, in the junior math or a junior in the senior math. And what would happen is I had a sleeping disorder. I still do. To where if we're not doing anything and I have to sit at a desk, not talking to anyone, I can fall asleep up to like 7 to 8 times per day. So I would basically be asleep in the classroom for the entire 7 hours. And then the teacher would wake me up during the test. And because like my family is just really good at math, like multiple people in my family are like currently mathematicians, and my cousin is literally like writes textbooks for like math courses. I just wake up whenever it's time to take the test, and then I just get like a B+ on the test. And then the guy behind me who's like in football and just like sucks ass, he's like, wait, how the fuck did you do that? I've been like doing all this stuff, like studying it. You weren't even listening when they were going over what we were talking about. I was like, I don't know, I'm just goated like that. The really unfortunate part about it though, is I was never in any of the classes with like a hot bitch who was dumb, who would like hopefully ask me like, hey, could you like do my homework or help me with this in exchange for sexual favors? Like that would have been lit. But unfortunately, that's not what happened. I was just asleep. Honestly, I feel like in some ways it's not really worth it to be in advanced classes though. Because realistically, like what would happen to me is it's like, oh, I never had a class with a person I was actually friends with. And it's like, since there's only a certain amount of people in the advanced classes, all the way through school, like there was 1,000 people in my graduating class, and in the advanced classes until I stopped doing them, it was all the same people. So I got to meet less people overall. There were less hot bitches I got to interact with, because let's be real, most bitches who are extremely hot are going to be on the lower side of intellect. Not always, but most of the time, because if you spend so much time caring about like your looks, you most likely don't have enough time to be really good at other activities. But I was also just extremely high for most of school, to be honest. I kind of cheesed myself through the system. Because, like, when I got into, like, junior and senior year, I literally got, like, the principal to create a new class called, like, it was like an entrepreneurship class. But basically all it was is, like, okay, if you work and have a job, then you can just not be at school for this last hour and then just go to work. And then occasionally you'll come in and write something about like what you've been doing at work or what you've been learning about owning your own business. And then, or the guy who was the head of the class, he was saying that he was going to come visit us at our work sometime. But I literally don't know anyone that he actually came and visited them at their work. And then on top of that, I also took the classes at TCC while going to school. So from junior and senior year, I was only at school for about 2 to 3 hours per day, which was really cool. Because like one of those hours was AG or FFA, which like FFA was really cool because like it has its own building, and you just go in there and like they have like I was in the metal shop class. So basically like we just got to do welding and just weld whatever we wanted with unlimited materials, or you could just not weld and just like play on your phone or your computer or do whatever you want. So usually I would just wake up in the morning, hit some dabs, which is like wax, then go to the class in AG and just like chill and play Hearthstone. Then after that, I would go to sleep for 2 hours. I would just be high and just chilling. And then I just go home in 2 hours, and then I would take a nap, and then I would go to Best Buy to work, and then me and the other people at Best Buy would just like spark up like multiple blunts in the parking lot. And so I would just be like at school for 2 hours and then go home, take a nap, get high, and go to work every day. It was a blessed life. I don't recommend that to other people because there are extreme risks associated with that and doing things like that at school. But it was the route that I was destined for. And honestly, it's like when people meet me, a lot of times they assume that I'm high. And I don't actually like, I haven't used weed in like a really long time, like over a year. And even before that, I didn't really do it that like frequently. But people just naturally assume that I'm high. And in the times that I was high, people just assumed that I wasn't high. So it's like a weird dynamic. I remember whenever I moved to the Stillwater Best Buy, whenever I was moving to like go to college there, and I was working in the warehouse. And basically I was doing all these things that were expected of me at the previous store I went to. And the guy who was training me, he was like, dude, you're working too hard. You need to take a break and go watch some YouTube on the computer. And I was like, okay. And he's like, so if you want to like get high, you can go over there in the near the garage and smoke weed, and there's just no cameras. And I was like, okay. Like I wasn't even smoking weed at that time. So, but this guy just like felt the need to like tell me that. And then like the manager would like come over, and she was like showing me that she like had these pictures when she like would go to Las Vegas and buy these like $1,000 joints, like literally a $1,000 joint that has like pure diamonds on it, and just showing me all this stuff. And I'm like, damn, so you're telling me that everyone here is just high all the time? Like, yeah, you have to talk to these people. I'm like, okay. And I have to say, without a doubt, that was the best job that I ever had. And to be honest, if the general manager of Best Buy didn't just fuck me over, I would probably still be working there. Because like I was about to become the inventory manager. I was already like doing all the duties of like the higher level manager position that I wasn't in yet. Because essentially like the assistant manager would have to be there in the morning. So everyone would come to me at night for all the duties and have me tell them what to do. Because at that time, I had been working for the company for almost 4 years. And I was the longest standing employee in the entire business, which had like 70 people employed. And I had been there longer than even the general manager. And the general manager position is over a 100K salary position. So basically, everyone just expected me to do what needs to get done. So I would just have my headphones in. I could take a break at any time without alerting anyone because like I was just Timothy. I was that guy. And then no one would talk to me because they just expected that I would get things done. And it was just like so fucking chill. Plus the Best Buy discount is literally insane. You literally just get almost anything in the store for 5% above whatever it costs the store. So like, for example, I bought like a $600 TV for my mom one time for like $300, and I got a protection plan on it that is like basically equivalent to the same value of the TV and lasts 5 years for $20. And to this day, last year, I haven't worked for Best Buy since like 2021 or 2022. My mom recently just used the protection to exchange it for a brand new TV, which is fucking crazy. And like the manager discount is even higher. I don't even know what that is, but I would love to see it. And all the time, I'll get on the Best Buy website and look for like, see if there's any positions available. Because now that I have 2 degrees, I would easily come back and do a manager position. Especially like having almost 4 years under your belt in like 4 or 5 different positions in the company. I could easily get hired to be a manager, but the system for getting those jobs is just really fucked. I mean, it's not fucked, but it's like, essentially, a lot of the manager positions are really hard to get into because essentially, like, they try to promote this sense of family and community, saying that if you work here a long time, this is one of the only companies in the Fortune 500 that you can actually be promoted to a high-level position without a degree. But when reality, what happens is, whenever a manager position becomes available at a store, most of the people who work for Best Buy are workaholics, and they will transfer from another location, maybe from another state, just to come steal an entry-level manager position in your state and city. So, like, if you're not on the inside, it's, like, really difficult to acquire a manager position. My gameplay view isn't showing on stream. Well, I mean, I was going to the face cam because I was doing a story. But, like, essentially, if you are in a manager position, you can get, like, an even higher bonus where you're actually able to purchase some things at cost. Literally what the store pays for it. I actually bought my mom's boyfriend. He gives me, like, a lot of deer meat for free, because he, like, goes hunting and, like, has a farm. So I bought him one time I bought him, like, a $2,000 freezer to, like, keep all his meat for literally, like, $600 just as a gift to him. And then I think I bought my brother a washer and dryer set, like a good set with the protection plan for like $400. So like the discount is like so beneficial. And honestly, I think that's one of the best places that you could work as like a person without a degree, because that's one of the only places you can work without it. But so what ended up happening to me at Best Buy is like, and this was the weird thing. So this guy comes in and I'm like 20, right? I'm 20. I've been there almost 4 years. This guy comes in and he is the new assistant manager at Stillwater. And I'm like, okay, how old are you? He's like, I'm 21. And I'm like, what the fuck? Because the assistant manager makes like over $80K a year on a salary position with like hella good vacation time and benefits. And he said, yeah, I was an inventory manager before I was the assistant manager. And I'm like, what the fuck? I've been here almost 4 years. When the fuck were you when the fuck were you the warehouse manager? Like what? Like whose dick did you suck? How many dicks did you suck to become the assistant manager? To this day, because I like have worked at a lot of different Best Buys and like been into a lot of them, even in different states, I have never seen someone who was an assistant manager or higher that was below the age of 30. So the fact that this guy was an assistant manager at age 21 means that he had to do some like really gay shit to get there, which is fucking crazy. But what ended up happening is basically like I was working there while I was going to school, and it gets close to Christmas. And basically during the months of Christmas and Thanksgiving, they won't allow anyone to take any time off. But so I was living in a duplex where I was splitting it with a person that I was friends with. And that person basically fucked me over and just left and was making me like pay for like the full amount of the duplex. So I explained to the general manager, like, hey, I'm not going to be able to like work here for the 2 to 3 weeks during Christmas time. I think it was a little bit less than 3 weeks, but because I have to go home and look for a new place to live. And if I was to drive from my house to this location, it would be over a 2-hour drive, which at the pay point that I'm at and that I'm not full time, it's physically like, it's literally not worth the amount of money that the time and gas would require for me to come down there. And then also I have a sleeping disorder, so it's dangerous for me to be driving long distances during night. So it would be dangerous for me to do that because I have no place to sleep. And the person's like, okay, well, you didn't work here last Christmas. You're not gonna work here this Christmas. Like basically insinuating that I'm shit when I literally had gotten the maximum evaluation raise every single year I'd been there with the company. And this person literally just like became the general manager and came from fucking Walmart. She doesn't even know anything about me. And she was saying that. I was like, well, last Christmas I was living in the dorms and they physically made me go home because you're not allowed to live there. And this Christmas I'm literally moving out of the place I'm living in. I have no place to live in again. He's like, okay, well, can you work at the Tulsa Best Buy over the Christmas? I'm like, yes, I would really like to do that. I'd actually really appreciate the hours. And then so she says, okay, cool, let's do that. So then I go back home. She was supposed to call the store to get me the hours. She doesn't call the store. I basically call her like 4 to 5 times, probably like 4 times per day over the span of like a couple weeks. And she just keeps texting me, sorry, I'm in a meeting. I'll call you later. And then she doesn't call me. I literally over 20 calls to this person because I had went into the store and they were saying like, yeah, we can't allow you to work here without like your general manager forwarding over this stuff for you to get here. And I'm like, okay. And so what happens is the time elapses for me to come back to the store I'm actually working at. And she's like, well, did you work at the Tulsa Best Buy? And I'm like, no, I didn't fucking work at the Tulsa Best Buy. You were supposed to get me in at the Tulsa Best Buy. And she's like, okay, well, like, you know, you didn't work last Christmas, you didn't work this Christmas. Like, you know, because of that, I'm just going to remove you from the roster. So I'm like, okay, what the fuck? Oh, and I forgot to mention an important part of this story. I was actually furloughed during COVID and was one of the few people who actually agreed to come back after being furloughed and not even getting a severance package after being there that long, which is honestly just a fucked ordeal. So that just shows like how much I was doing for the store, including the fact that I was just doing like 3 different positions within my role. And then it's like, okay, this person's saying they're going to remove me from the roster. I'm like, okay, fuck you, bitch. So then like nothing happens. And then like 2 months later, this other manager is like asking me like, hey, can you log onto the computer and do this thing for me? And I'm like not responding to these people because I'm like, dude, I'm like, this person says you're removing me from the roster. And the assistant manager texts me, he's like, hey, so like, are you like, when are you going to come back to work? I'm like, dude, you literally like removed me from the roster. You didn't tell me you even wanted me to come back. So essentially what I'm pretty sure happened is that these people were trying to make efforts to contact me because I think they needed me to come in person for them to legally fire me so that I couldn't get unemployment or something along the lines of that. So I just never contacted them again because after the few months that they said I was removed from the roster, I started doing other fucking jobs like a natural person would do and not assuming that I'm just going to randomly come back 3 months after saying I'm removed from the roster. So basically, if that person didn't fuck me over, I would still be working there to this day, and I would probably be in a high-level manager position. Your homie worked at Best Buy before COVID, and he transferred stores during the shutdown, so he got classified as furloughed and got full COVID payment support, so he just chilled at home and watched anime. What the fuck? That's so fucked. Are you kidding me? I mean, I got a stimulus check, but it wasn't from Best Buy. It was from the fucking government. Like, I got a stimulus check, but that's not, like, even the same thing. Like, everyone got that. The stimulus checks were also just kind of a scam because, like, they didn't, like, the one big one didn't apply to people who were in my age range because they were saying, like, you need to be, like, living like you have to be like, you know, 30 or something. So there was something weird about the stimulus checks. I remember it because it was like I was 20 and they weren't like giving me a stimulus check, but they were giving it to all these other people who were like living alone without their parents. They're saying that because I'm living with my parent that I don't deserve a stimulus check. And it's like, dude, you do realize that I'm paying a higher portion of the house that I am renting with my mother than my mother, and then you're not going to give me a payment. Like, I have a different philosophy on COVID, on what actually happened, and when you think about this, it really makes sense. The entire reason what, think about it. Like, I don't understand how people can sit there and say that it's okay, McDonald's is considered essential, but, Eduardo's Mexican, diner is not essential. It's like, okay, so what you're saying is, we just want to convert the country into socialism without your control. We're just going to institute martial law and just create socialism. And realistically, what it was is like a somewhat successful operation to turn the country socialist. And the fact that people thought that was okay is stupid. That's literally dumb. Like, it just fucked over small business owners. And I realized this full circle. Let me spit my gum out. So there was a time when, toward the latter stages of COVID, my MMA coach, I was helping him move some things out of the gym that we were at, because at the time, our gym was inside of the biggest mall in our city. And essentially, the guy who owned the mall, he owned several malls in America, he actually was just being prosecuted for tax fraud and like a bunch of other counts of fraud, because he tried to pull us out of the our lease there, and he wanted to collect payments from every single person in the mall who was renting a space a day before kicking them all out. So he was trying to collect all this money illegally, then not even give people a full week's notice to move out all of their shit and try to lock up people's stuff. Like, this guy literally was trying to steal like merchandise and stuff from these business owners. And the reason this is important is because it goes back to the socialism plot of COVID. And I got to tell this fast before I get labeled as a fact check or this information may be false. But basically, there was a Middle Eastern family, and he ran like he made like burgers inside of the malls, like good Middle Eastern burgers. And his wife owned like a different shop within the mall. And the guy, like, since he knew me pretty well, he was paying me to help move stuff from one unit to another. And I just realized that, like, they shut down all of these small businesses within the mall and within, like, the city, and just allowed these other businesses that are major corporations and are receiving tax cuts from the government on a yearly basis, that those are actually essential. And it's like, the only thing that COVID did was shut down small businesses, and, you know, some of them, not even most of them, a few of them got access to a loan that had an exceedingly high payback rate, an exceedingly high interest, to where even if they got accepted for the loan, it was going to be physically impossible for them to pay back that loan, and then they would be in default to the government, and then have the government just take over their business. And I mean, that was just such a big part of COVID. And I'm glad that people can actually talk about it now, but it is really stupid that these media stations that are owned by the government want to push that under the rug, because that's something I'll never forget. And, you know, a lot of people, you know, try to make a big deal about, like, getting vaxxed and this stuff. Not being, as me personally, as I am not vaxxed, because I had a medical condition that was at risk of me not being able to breathe. I am proud to say that I am not vaxxed today. Because just the fact of, like, going under government control is just fucking stupid. Like, I did not want to participate in that stuff because I did not want to participate in the exchange of money with the government. You know, and that's why they see, like, literally, Pfizer paid, what's that dude? Travis Kelce, the guy who's dating Taylor Swift, $50 million. No, I think he paid him $200 million, something like that. Basically, he was paid, recently this year, a higher amount of money than his entire contract in the NFL to do one Pfizer commercial in order to tell people to get an additional booster. And it's like, it would be more believable that the government is actually out for your best interest if it wasn't for the fact that they're wanting you to get, like, 2 doses of this one thing, and then 4 boosters, and then 2 years later, get another 2 boosters. They're like, oh, well, the vaccine's free. It's like, no, you just fucking taxed us for the vaccine. And you're trying to do this so that you can make money. Like, that is so fucking stupid. I don't understand how people can, like, dispute that. Like, whether you want to get the vaccine or not, like, that's awesome. If you want to do that, cool. But you really cannot deny that the entire purpose of the vaccine and these boosters is specifically for the government to generate money off of us and justify a misuse of our tax funds. And then when you put it in perspective, it's like, oh, I mean, Elon Musk explained the definition of inflation best. It is a misappropriation of the government's budget, meaning that the government overspent, and because of that, they needed to print additional money in order to make up for their deficit that they lost by overspending or misallocating the funds. When the government literally pre-taxed everyone in order to unleash this wave of 2 to 3 additional boosters on top of a vaccine, it is inexcusable for the government to have created inflation and misappropriate these funds because they literally intook an excessive amount of funds. And where the fuck did that money go, right? Like, where did that go? So, like, if you want to get the vaccine, cool. But, like, we can't just sit here and act like, oh, yeah, like, it's okay that the government just misused this massive amount of money in order to essentially attempt to transform our country into a socialist state. Like, that's so fucked up. But these people are like, no, like, I mean, Kamala Harris, she's cool. Like, she's black and Indian, you know? Like, fuck a vaccine. We have a very racially diverse person. Hallelujah, brother. It's like, no, fuck you. I don't know how people can just overlook, like, those key aspects. People just want to, like, move on to the next thing so fast, and it's like, oh, we shouldn't stop talking about how the government scammed us over COVID. That was only, 2 short years ago. And then now, like, a president was attempted to be assassinated, and it's 3 weeks later, and now we're supposed to move past that? It's like, why can we move past these such terrible issues, right? It's just so stupid. It makes no sense that we're just supposed to move on to the next issue as soon as possible. It's almost like they have a strategy where it's like, okay, we know that we're creating all these issues that are inexcusable, so the best way that we can get people to forget about that is creating so many issues constantly that they can't keep up with all the issues and can't hold us accountable. It's like, okay, that just seems like you're doing illegal shit. And that's the story of how the government caused me to leave Best Buy. Fuck the government. You know what's crazy? Have you guys been seeing that shit that's going down in Germany? The stuff that's going down in Germany is crazy because, like, in the US, they're trying to, like, tell us, like, that this stuff that's Trump is talking about doing, like, basically doing, like, a nationwide deportation of, like, all these illegal immigrants. Well, in Germany, like, I see this shit constantly popping up on Twitter. The German police is literally running around and dragging people out of the streets in more harsh ways than George Floyd. That was the guy who said he couldn't breathe, right? I think it was that guy. But basically, like, yeah, they're just holding people, like, in, like, a bulldog choke, dragging them down the street. These are illegal immigrants. This guy was literally, like, eating a pasta, and this, like, police officer came up behind him, and the guy's just, like, he just finishes taking his bite of his pasta, and the guy just pulls him out with, like, a hammer choke. Or, like, I don't know what you call that. Like, doing some weird shit, like literally doing jujitsu on people in the middle of a restaurant. And then like there's all these people who are like trying to intervene and stuff, and they're just straight up punching people and then like taking them out and like putting them in holds. Like, and they're like dragging people away in probably like not even just concerning to the person's health, but just really fucking inefficient ways. Like this guy has like a double lock just on the guy's shoulder. And it's like, dude, like that's just stupid. Why are you even doing that? It's not really like, it's not even the fact that it's like putting this guy in danger. It's like, you're just carrying these people in an inefficient way. And the reason I bring that up is because, you know, all these radicals on the left are, you know, I'm a very moderate person. I would consider myself very, like, down the middle, anti-government. But these people on the radical left are trying to say, like, it's too harsh, this deportation. Like, Kamala Harris saying that ICE is literally like the KKK. Dude, the things that these people in Germany are doing are 10x fucking worse. I don't think anything in America, in terms of deporting someone, has ever even semi-compared to what these people are doing in Germany. Like, I mean, they're just straight up, like, strangling people, like, in the street, and just, like, throwing them on a bus, and, like, stealing their wallet and shit. Like, there's so many videos of it flooding on Twitter. Like, I would say it's possibly propaganda, but with how much it's going around and how many different videos there are, this guy literally made a 10-minute montage of different incidents. It's fucking crazy. You should look it up. And it's just illegal immigrants they're kicking out, and it's like, oh, so if it's okay for these other countries to do it in way harsh ways, we can't do it in a humane and orderly way? That's fucking stupid. Like, your guys' opinions don't matter. And these people don't understand, in order to be classified as a country, you need to have a fucking border or you're not a country. That's just the facts. All right. Welcome back to another Bloomberg. All right, welcome back to another Bloomberg Best of 3 draft on the channel. And once again, we just end up starting with these super stacked green packs. Rares are Tender Wild Guide, probably the most versatile mana dork in the entire format, and as well a Valley Might Caller, a good one just as well in any green deck since it buffs up all the green archetypes. And then Vinery Mentor, undoubtedly the best gold card in the set. I think Tender Wild Guide is probably going to be the most versatile, so I think that's going to be the one we're going to go with. But I do think you could easily convince me that Valley Might Caller just might be a better card. Okay, pack number 2. Not a lot of good stuff in terms of green, but there is a Wick the World Mind, which I think is okay. It's just it's difficult to get enough rats to really justify putting this in your deck. I thought the card was originally a lot better, but considering the second effect just never happens, it probably is just one you want to pass on more than not. Long River Lurker could be a decent one. Also, Fireglass Mentor I think is fine, or Sonar Strike. This is a tough decision, just a lot of mid-level cards. Yeah, just a lot of mid-level cards here. I think I'm going to take Fireglass Mentor here. I think it's just the best card overall. Like, Long River Lurker is okay. But I think this just, like, if the red-black is hitting, I'll feel fine sacrificing this Wild Guide. There's nothing in this pack that just goes super well with the Wild Guide. Alright, well, this pack seems to be quite a bit better. So we've got a Moonstone Harbinger, which is just a good card in any black deck. And as well, a Glide Dive Duo. Both kind of in that same area, but better in the Bats deck. There's also a Head of the Homestead, which I could be convinced is the best thing here. A really tough decision for sure. I think you could convince me to go any which way. Head of the Homestead might actually just be the best card in general. Glide Dive Duo is pretty good too. Yeah, this is. I think you could get me to go either way. Yeah, I guess I'll take the Glide Dive Duo since we started with the red-black card. Okay, well, It seems like white is kind of drying up here. I can't say that for sure because it is the play booster era, but I do kind of want to try to build off of this lizard theme. It feels bad just sacrificing this wild guide, but I don't know. We're starting off a little bit rough here. Our options are Cindering Cutthroat, which is fine. Tree Guard Duo, which is also fine, kind of on that same power interval. Yeah, this is a toughie. Steam Path Charger is also just fine. You know what? Let's go Cindering Cutthroat here. Let's try something a little bit different. I feel stupid for sacking the Tender Wild Guide, but it is what it is. I want to try to make something different work since we've been playing a lot of green decks on the channel. Alright, well, this is another very medium pack. We got a Whiskers Quill Scribe and also a Blooming Blast. I think Blooming Blast is just a little bit better. What's cool about this card is it could allow us to do damage in main phase 1 for our Fireglass Mentor. Also, if we want to go red-green, that is an option to use our Tender Wild Guide. Might just be the best home for this card because you ramp early and then you can still trigger Expend late with the Offspring. Okay, well, this pack has a lot of filler stuff. Raccoon Rallier's okay. Nettle Guard's okay. Sunshower Druid is basically out of our grasp. Best card is Long River Lurker, but I don't think that's what we're trying to do here. I'll probably take the Raccoon Rallier because it works in red-green, and it also is fine in red-black. You just want to make sure you have enough 2-drops if you're going to play a super aggressive deck like Lizards. Hopefully we can find a Ravine Raider, though. Okay, so we got some Moonrise Clerics here. I'm pretty down with that. This card has actually surprised me quite a bit. I actually really like this card just in any black deck in general. You know, you don't have to be white-black. It's just a good body, and the 3 toughness really goes a long way. Ooh, well there's a pick 8 Scales of Shale. That is a good reason to continue down this lizard path, and seeing this pick 8 gives us a good indication that we might be doing the right thing. So I think I'm going to take that here. So far, I haven't gotten a deck with more than 2 Scales of Shale, so let's hope today is the day we get to break the streak. Another Cindering Cutthroat here versus a Raccoon Rallier. I don't like this card that much, and I think 3s, you don't want that many in this deck, but it is a Lizard for our Scales, and I think it's just a slightly better card than Rallier. Alright, I guess I'll take this Veteran Guard Mouse. I don't think we'll play it, though. Okay, Might of the Meek is actually one that's pretty decent. You know, giving something Trample is actually worth it quite a bit of the time in this archetype, since you want to trigger effects that deal your opponent damage. Ooh, okay. Pick 12 Steam Path Charger, that's great. This is probably the, you know, the bottom of the barrel of the common you want to get, but it's still good in this deck specifically. Pass up on that Village, but I'd rather secure the 2-drops. And we get a 15-pick Winter School Scribe, that's awesome. Alright, pack number 2. Our rare is Camellia the Seed Miser. Pretty good card in the Squirrels deck, but not so much outside of it. Do see another Cindering Cutthroat and another Glide Dive Duo. Think the pick here is going to be this Glide Dive or this Take Out the Trash. That could be good as well. You know what? I think I'm going to go with Take Out the Trash. We already have one Glide Dive. You don't want too many big drops in a deck like this, and I think if you could make it work out, you'd prefer to just have all 2 and 1 drops instead and just leave these on the sideline. But we could definitely get one of these cards back. Ooh, baby. We made a good decision to go down the red-black space because our rare here is Gev Scaled Scorch. This is a 2-mana 3/2. Other creatures enter with an additional 1/1 on them for each opponent who lost life. And when you cast a Lizard spell, you can ping your opponent, so that's great. Sad to say there's a Fireglass Mentor also here, but Gev is just absurd. Haven't gotten to play with this card yet, but a lot of people have beat us down with it. Ooh, into another rare, Valley Flamecaller. If another red creature in the tribal creatures would deal damage, it does that much +1, so it can turn all your small guys into some pretty heavy hitters, which is cool. And as well, if you use something like your Steam Path Charger to ping your opponent's face, it increases the damage there too, so that's really, really good. So far, I've been seeing that red's been somewhat underdrafted, so that is something that you want to keep your eye on if you're trying to do well, because if you can end up in a streamlined lizard deck, it's one of the best things you could be doing. Wow, okay, there's a Mabel Heir to Clagflame. Honestly, I think I slipped up by not picking those Uncharted Havens early. If we would have had both of those, this Mabel would be a justified splash. But I think Consumed by Greed is the pick here. It's one of the best removals in the format since it gets around targeting protection, and it can buy back a cheap guy late. So that's cool. Hopefully we see another Scales of Shale. Okay, well, there's a Nocturnal Hunger, which is just a good removal, but we've also got a Ravine Raider, which I think you want to get as many of this guy as you can in this deck, because it immediately turns on all of your opponent losing life effects, so that's great. Hopefully we can get another one of those. So we don't see another one, but we do see a Quake Tuskboar, which is probably the best card you could have in terms of the top end for red. So I think this guy is honestly better than Glide Dive Duo, even though the Scales of Shale interaction is neat. Doing 5 damage immediately is absurd, and, you know, having reach is also just an insane bonus for no reason, so I'm excited about that. Okay, getting to the end of the pack here, we can take this Agate Assault. I don't know that I need any more removal, but this should be fine. We've now got a Blooming Blast, Agate Assault, and a Consumed by Greed, so that's great. And to follow it up, we see our second Scales of Shale. Wow, that is amazing. Yeah, this deck is looking pretty nice going into pack 3. If we get one more Scales of Shale, this deck is going to be supreme. And maybe a Ravine Raider. Alright, well, there's nothing I'm really too interested in here. I don't think that you really want to be using Psychic Whirl in a deck like this, and all these cards are kind of unplayable. I will just take the black card, though, just to cut black. Ooh, okay, late Steam Path Charger. Oh, wait, no, there's a Blacksmith's Talent. Yeah, Blacksmith's Talent is actually great. I don't think you even really need to have, like, effects that interact with equipment. It's just turned out to be a good card, so I'm excited for that. Oh, into a Steam Path Charger number 2 for free? Okay. Well, that is absolutely amazing. I think Steam Path Charger is probably a little bit better than Roughshod Duo because we have so many 3s. Conduct Electricity? Wow. We almost have a full-on mono red deck. That's crazy. All right, let me go ahead and cut some fluff here so we know what we want. All right, pack number 3. We got a couple options here. Second Blacksmith Talent could be fine. This is just a really good card, but we don't really have like any Valiant synergies, unfortunately. Coruscation Mage is fine. If you're able to set it up, it means that you're going to be able to start triggering your opponent losing life effects pretty quickly, which I think is fine. I think that's probably going to be our pick here. Maybe that was a bad pick because that might come back around. Okay. Wow. These are some insane rares in this pack. There's a Zoraline, which I think is just one of the best rares in this format, personally. You know, if we get a way to splash it, we technically could do that because the card's that powerful. And there's nothing really for us in this pack. This is overall just a dud. So honestly, I'm going to take this. And if we just get a couple Uncharted Havens, I will throw it in, but probably not. Ooh, okay. There's a Flame Cache Gecko. Really good card to play in this deck. The looting comes in handy because you run out of things to do in the late game pretty quickly. Honestly, at this point, I'm just hoping for one more Ravine Raider and a Scales of Shale, and then this deck will be pretty damn good. Alright, no Ravine Raider, no Scales of Shale, but that is a saver. Pretty premium removal, and it makes our Coruscation Mage a little bit better. It's going to be difficult to know what to cut here. Sunspine Lynx is cool in theory, but it's just not really a good card. I think I will take this Alania's, though. It's our only 4-drop, and I think I'm definitely willing to play it. Alright, well, there's a Moonstone Harbinger. It's an okay card. I don't know that it really fits the theme of our deck. Yeah, I think we just have more premium cards. But maybe we could just cut like a Might of the Meek for it. Just have another creature. You want to be pretty creature dense in these decks. Yeah, this third pack has just treated us like trash. We basically got nothing. Oh, there's a Scales of Shale. I take back everything I said. The packs are doing us well. It's a good pack. Treat me nicely, please. It was a good pack. Can I get a Ravine Raider? Can I be a little bit greedy here? Can I have a second Ravine Raider? 10 Lizards. That is based. A based player piloting a based lizard strategy. You love to see it. Oh my gosh. We did it.
I fucking knew it! Oh!
Ravine Raider number 2 secured at the last pick of the pack before we wheel. I literally called it, boys. God's man does it again. Ooh, into another blacksmith talent? Yeah, that's nice. We're going to take that. I don't know if we're going to do that, but maybe. Maybe this is better. I don't know. That's tough. Do you want 2 of these? I mean, I think it's fine. I mean, Veteran Guard Mouse isn't bad with 2 blacksmith talents. Not terrible. Might of the Meek. Okay. Wow, those Long River Lurkers went long. But but honestly, we didn't see any pawn profits in the entire draft. So that's kind of the bait of green-blue, is I see a lot of people be like, oh, that's a really good blue card. I'm going to go into that. But it's like, if you don't have pawn profit, your deck is really shitty. Let's be real. All right, I got to build this deck from scratch. There's too many fucking playables. The deck's just too gas. Yeah, this deck seems vile. Seems literally vile. Oh yeah, baby. This is nice. Take that, take that, take that. Wait, I don't know if I want that. Take that back. That guy, that guy. One of these for sure. That's for sure. Only 14 creatures. Do I like Raccoon Rallier better, or do I like Scribe? How many things do I have that target? I mean, I have Scales of Shales that target. That is like a real thing. And like the Blacksmith talent targets. I think Whisker Cool Scribe is probably just a better card overall. If I play double Blacksmith talent, you could convince me that it's correct for us to play a Veteran Guard Mouse. Not a great card, but being able to repeatedly target is just good. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Okay. Seven pieces of interaction is really nice. I've actually been really up on Blacksmith's talent. I think the card performs really well. I do want to pull up... just want to look at some deck lists real quick. This is actually a really lit program, and for anybody who's trying to like get good or just like is interested in this, I definitely recommend it, because I think this like can tell you a lot about like what's working and what's not. So maybe you get some more ideas about trying a card even though the win rate may not be the best. Well, this guy, he played 2 Starforged Sword. Okay, that's cool. I think a lot of people have just like disowned this card, but this is a real thing. You give someone +3/+3 and can equip immediately. That's cool. Oh, this guy had 4 Ravine Raider. This guy's draft is disgusting. I understand why you played this. He has 4 fucking Ravine Raider. Are you kidding me? How many people played Blacksmith's talent? Wait, this deck looks very similar to ours. No, they have 5 rares. It's not the same. Yeah, they're just insane. Oh, he has a Raw Crackling Wit. Disgusting. 2 blacksmith talent. Okay. Shit, this has a 60%. Okay, we're playing 2 blacksmith talents. Can I play 16 lands? How many people are playing 16 lands? That's a good question. So you've got a couple of people doing that. I don't know how this guy 3-0'd. His deck looks trash. Still haven't played this card a single time. S in the opening hand. That's disgusting. %56 win rate. What is this? Aw, that's gross. $57? How is this a D+? This is better than Steam Path Charger? What? Wow, that's surprisingly good. What is this? Oh, it's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. B in opening hand. Okay. I wanted to see what the win rate was of not that. Raccoon Rallier. So that's 56.4. Versus 55. Oh, wow. Okay. So this is actually better? That's weird. How many people played Quake Spore? put in Raccoon Rallier. What is the worst card in our deck? Because technically I could just cut a 5. Our average CMC is 2.4, dude. Like, what? Like, I could just do this. Our average in CMC is 2.4. Because, like, this can be a 4. What I like about this is it gives us another card to where on turn 3 we can play a 2 and a 1. Oh yeah, Consecration can be played as a 4-drop too. That is pretty good. What is the win rate on Blooming Blast? Oh, it's actually kind of bad. Wow. I think playing this 1 is fine. Like, I don't really have a better card. I could play this Veteran, but Veteran just seems ass. Yeah, Veteran just seems like shit. I just wanted to see at what point would they recommend us 16 lands. I think with an average CMC of 2.4, we should play 16 lands. That makes no fucking sense. Now, is it ballsy to play 16 lands because I have multiple double pipped cards? Yes, but I'm a motherfucking gambler, son. Alright, well, we ended up with a pretty awesome red-black lizard strategy utilizing Gev Scaled Scorch, one of the coolest rares in this set. Each creature that enters under our control gets an additional 1/1 counter on them if we were able to deal a damage to our opponent, and this can ping our opponent preemptively if we cast a lizard spell, which is really nice because we ended up with 10 total lizards. We actually could play 11 with the Glide Dive duo, but I've opted to go with 16 lands for now, and we'll see how that goes just because our average CMC is 2.3, and we also just have like cards such as Steam Path Charger or Coruscation Mage, which could be played on 4 mana, so it's not like we're really giving up a lot in the top end. We do have 3 Scales of Shale, which is surely going to bring this deck together, and I opted to go with 2 Blacksmith Talent because I think this card is just really good for giving you things to do in the late game, and putting it on a creature with Menace is absolutely amazing. So overall, I think this has a very promising amount of potential, and I'm excited to showcase what lizards can do in Bloomburrow Draft. So let's go ahead and hop into these games. It's wraps, boys. The Germans ain't got shit on us, son. All right, game number 1. Going to be starting off on the play here. 4 lands is a little bit hefty. I mean, I don't have a 1-drop, but we do have a lot of 2s in this deck. And I am able to go, 2-drop, Saver into Alania's to find more gas. Honestly, I think I'm just willing to risk this. It might be a bad decision, but we'll see what happens. Hopefully they don't have a 1-drop. No 1-drop in sight. We just draw a 5th land in our 16 lands deck. You hate to see it. The hand shuffler really just said I'm going to come in with the hard punish. No, stop. Don't do that. Okay. I draw a non-land card, which is fine, but this just feels like such a predicament. Please block. Buddy, I need you to block. I need you to block right now, please. I'm playing lizards. I need to end this game very quickly, sir. Also, why does this card have the ability to offspring for a total of 3 mana? That is not based or cool. So honestly, I think I need to make a game action. I think I'm going to just play the Saver, because the Blooming Blast owning the 3 might be pretty impactful to us potentially winning, since we basically have no late game potential. I probably should have mulled, but I'm a greedy boy. Okay, I forced out a come and get it. That's nice. And draw into a Steam Pouch Charger. Not bad. Well, I don't really want to attack. That just seems like a bad trade. Or do I? Yeah, let's not do that. Let's just go Alania's. Into a Valley Flamecaller. Okay, that's really good next turn. Okay, yeah, I'm not going to attack with this because next turn when we play our Flamecaller, we'll actually be able to deal an additional damage with both of these guys, which makes this so much of a better attacker. Okay, Junkblade Bruiser, sure. Another land, not what I was hoping for, but Valley Flamecaller is very nice here. Now, if we want to, we can just get in here. Let's do the damn deal. Okay. I wonder if our opponent actually knew that's what was going to happen. I feel like he didn't. That's hilarious.
Gotcha, bitch!
Yeah, that was funny. Because why would you do that if you knew that was going to happen, right? That was just bad. Trading my 4-drop that extracted me a card for your 5-drop that can end the game. Now, what's cool about our deck is that Valley Flamecaller actually makes Steam Pouch Charger so much of a better card. Because now each of these pings will be doing 2 instead of 1, which is really cool. Corpse Berry. Okay, that's a little bit frustrating. Fortunately, he doesn't have the ability to use that right now. I could just go ahead and kill his Swordsman, but I just don't think it's really that good. Another land. The deck is not all lands. I'm going 16 lands. What is happening? So many lands. Well, I might as well attack with the scribe. I think from here on out, I'm just going to learn to actually aggressively mulligan more frequently here. Gets him for the 3. That was cool. So after counting out damage, Steam Path is worth 4. Blooming Blast is worth 3. That's 7. I need to deal 5 points of damage to end the game here. Now, the good thing about this situation is that although he can make this guy 7-7, our deck isn't very reliant on the graveyard, so it's at least not negatively affecting us in that regard. And then he can't Corpse Berry. He's just gonna pass? Okay. I mean, my deck doesn't have anything to do with food, right? So I might as well just crack. Crack and attack, crack and attack. My opponent is so jealous of this food. Corpse Berry's just sitting over there like, give me the food, my owner sucks. Go over here, Corpse Berry. Brother, I'm playing 16 lands. It has been a 30% chance to draw a land for the past 3 turns. Are you fucking with me?
Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
I'm being fucked with, boys. Chat, I don't like it when people fucks with me like this. Okay, so I'm killing everything? Sure. Sweet. Hit him for 4. Well done. Still doesn't have the ability to utilize his Keen-Eyed, so that's great. Yeah, him making this 7-7 could just cause us to lose so fast. Honestly, I really like Blizzards. I've been enjoying it a lot. I think it just has like a fun play pattern, and this is definitely one of the more interesting combinations in the format. It feels a lot more skill intensive, like you have agency, because, you know, making your blocks and counting out your damage, every single hit matters. And a lot of pros will tell you what separates a good Magic player from a great one is knowing when and how you can find your chip damage, right? And that's more important than ever in this. I wonder what he adds back here. Junkblade? There's no way he adds back Corpse Berry, right? Oh, he's actually adding it back? That's interesting. Okay. Doesn't have the ability to play it? That's hilarious. Stoat? Okay. Well, I know what I'm killing with my Blooming Blast. Might as well. That has lifelink, so I want to get rid of it before he draws something that can stop that. The lifelink is huge. Oh, Blooming Blast has this animation where gems pop out? That's dope. I didn't know that. Holy crap, that's cool. You want to sack the treasure during the end step to do nothing? That'd be cool. Bro. It's Brobo. It's literally been a 30% chance to draw land for 5 turns. And I'm still in a position where I could win. Are you kidding me? Bro. I went down to 16 lands in this deck. And I'm getting punished by this Neanderthal. Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior, please help me. Alright, he still can't corpse bury. That's cool. Really? Okay. Three tree? Okay. Show me something, baby. Okay. This is probably fine. Most likely it's going to bait out 2 creatures, which is better than I could hope for. Yeah, buddy. 2 for 1. This is how we come back. Wow. Yes, sir. Oh, so when you attack 2 different things, each of the damage you assign deals an additional 1. That's huge. I didn't know that. Wow. Yeah, this card just keeps getting better and better. What's really interesting about this card is it's so basic that you overlook some of the aspects of it. And I can imagine that in paper, it's very easy to forget about that. Bro literally exiled 6 of my cards and still doesn't have Delirium. That's fucking funny. All the cards we played were either... Bro, what? All the cards we really played were instants or creatures. Are you kidding me? This is ridiculous. If I draw a Blacksmith's Talent, I literally have enough mana on field in order to use all 3 levels immediately. That is hilarious. Alright, let's pass. I'd use the thinking emote here because we're cooked. Oh my gosh, that's so bad for us. This is like the worst thing that he could have against us in the simplified game state. I don't even know what's good for us here. Quake Test Board? Quake Test Board would be pretty good. Okay. That's a card. Man, this is a situation where Might of the Meek would actually be so huge, but we don't have that in the deck. I mean, honestly, I might as well just play this. Should I trade or should I go? Should I head down to Trader Joe's? If I attack, he gives me his Forager. And then I'm leaving him with a Keen-Eyed. I mean, he has a food. Okay. Well, that was the same result that was going to happen, except he gave us a token, which was insane. The fact he was willing to do that is just fucking ridiculous. Okay. How are we still in this game? Like, what? Imagine if we top deck a talent. Blacksmith's talent would go so hard. Could you, like, stop collecting my lizards like it's a booster pack? Bro's over here with a 3x9 binder. Passes to us, and we draw a fucking another land. Dude, are you kidding me? It's literally a 25% chance for us to get a land. The amount of times we've drawn a land in a row is unfathomable. He's taking the damage? This guy's so greedy. Dude, what? Alright, well, he gets 2 draws per turn, and we're probably cooked. If he uses sorcery here, that'd be disgusting. Like Longstalk Brawl, and then just hit us for 10. Okay. Brother, I'm that guy. I feel like he has a Galewind Moose. Like, why would he not untap? That's weird. He has to have a Galewind Moose. Oh, what? He's choosing to attack with that? Why did he not draw off of his heirloom? What the fuck? Why would you not draw off your heirloom? That makes no sense. That was literally free. Bro could have drawn off his heirloom and done the same thing. He just missed a draw. Okay, that's good for us. Okay. Attack with someone, let me draw removal, and then just push through. We need a talent here so bad. Dude! What the fuck? Are you fucking kidding me? The amount, I have a 16 land deck. Let it be known, I have a 16 land deck. This is ridiculous. Okay. He's literally... Wait, bro, why would you make that trade? That was so bad. Like, you're not even guaranteed to get that guy to level up. You have to draw sorcery. Okay. Can I draw a piece of action? Please. No. It's an actual real piece of action. Are you fucking kidding me? I didn't know I was allowed to play the game.
Gotcha, bitch.
I'm actually doing actions? No. Like, I didn't know this was allowed. I'm gonna draw into some random burn that's not in my deck. Coruscation Mage into a spell, please. Bro, you're not responding. You're not that guy. He's not that guy. Oh, that's dirty. I am turning on his curator, but that's fine. Bruh. What the fuck? The amount of lands I've drawn is fucking disgusting. Dude, I've discarded... What? It's literally a 13% chance for me to draw a land now. This is actually just disgusting. Bro, the Germans may as well have just infiltrated my quarters. Like, what is this? Bro, I can't even fathom what's happening here. I gotta do some push-ups, because this guy is just wasting my life. No. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? That is stupid. All right, the push-ups have been accomplished. This is fucking stupid, though. Literally discarding 4 cards, drew 1 non-land. And let it be known it was less than a 20% chance for me to have drawn a land. Like, what? Okay, this is huge. I have 2 lands left in deck. Oh my god, it's non-land. You're fucking kidding me. Oh my gosh, wait, this is a game. Fuck you, dude, fuck you. This is game. Eat a dick. Eat a dick, bro. I'm literally Lizard, Johnny the Lizard Jet. I'm that guy, I did it. After drawing 7 out of 8 lands in a row, we're here, baby. We're here in the promised land. Let him know. He doesn't know about the power of lizards, baby. Let him know. Do we just do this now? Fuck it. No balls. We do it now. Let's go. All day, baby. The boat is here. Let them know. Lizard City, bitch. So, I love how when you go 16 lands, it's actually like you're playing 23 lands, right? Like, there's a reason they call the website 17 lands and not 23. Because you have 23 playable cards, 17 lands. This deck, we just draw 20 lands. I actually like Might of the Meek here. But it's like I already have 3 Scales of Shale. Okay, I'm calmed down now, boys. I did my push-ups. I'm about to go Zen mode. Calm and collected. We're just going to draw Ravine Raider into the talent. Double Ravine Raider talent. I'm here. Okay. So we start with all lands into a no land. That sucks. To be honest, if this was a black, I would consider keeping, but it's just impossible. Okay. Well, this isn't terrible. If he doesn't have a 1-drop, this is going to be kind of spicy. For sure, for sure. Yeah, we'll put back the black. No turn 1 play. We're so hype here. We're real for real. Yes, sir. Turn 1, Ravine Radar. Turn 2, Fireglass Mentor. Turn 3, Blacksmith Talent. Think you're cool, kid? I wish that I could be like the cool kids, 'cause all the cool kids, they have Ravine Raider, like the cool kids. I don't even think I want to trigger this. Like, it just negs me cards, so. Maybe I just do this, so next turn I could, like, rip a land off that. Yeah, let's just attack. There's a million ways I could have done it, but I think this is fine. Okay, Bright Blade Stoat. Sure. Heirloom. Okay, this is amazing. Oh my gosh, that was such a dirty top deck. I'm literally Himothy. Boys, I'm literally Himothy. How does this guy even stop me? I'm the Mad Laddie. I think I need to do this here, right? Like, it does 2 more damage. I have to do it. I'm the Mad Laddie. We're gonna rip a land here. No land. We're fucked. Let's go. The Lizard Jit does it again. Johnny the Lizard Jit is back on it, baby. Fuck, dude. That was one of the longest aggro games I played. Alright, boys, I hate to say this, but I've been streaming for 4 hours now, and I need to go do some things for my family members and probably mow the lawn before it rains. So, hope you guys enjoy the stream. Hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. New video is going to be coming out very, very soon. And stay tuned for more awesome card game content. As well, check out my other channel if you want to see some cool personal stuff. But, as always, if it's not the goo, it's got to go. Peace. And go Lizards. Lizards are a Chad-based deck.